return to the past. Common rumors at the time were that it was outsourced. I have no confirmation if this is true or false. That's just what I've been hearing. He clearly states again after Season 2's launch, Nakatsu, who we all know and love, is able to check and approve all tuning in detail. Meaning, before this, likely leading up to Season 2's launch, he did not check and approve all the balance changes. He was a general manager. Now he gives final approval for every detail. This checks out with the fact that they had some big slam dunk changes that were kind of, no-brainers, honestly, like Claudio's frame data change, but that we didn't see any huge system-wide changes or things with lasting implications until these last two emergency patches. Now, given the fact that they've been working on this for the larger part of a year since Season 2's launch, I, for one, now have a hunch that there are remaining patches under Nakatsu's work that we haven't seen yet. There are still patches to come out that this team has worked on that we don't have. Do I have a guarantee of that? Of course not. But I would be surprised if they worked a whole year and their only thing they came out with were nerf heat dash, nerf installs. I say this in every video that I talk about game devs on. Whether or not we agree with their direction, I have a hard time believing that game devs are lazy. 6 days a week, losing family time, working insane crunch hours just to get flamed on the internet. I really don't think game devs are in it to be lazy. We are likely just now seeing the work to come out of this full restructure a year ago in May 8th, and the past two patches have been really good. At this point, I see the choice with this amount of uncertainty to either doom about the game, which is honestly fair and easy to do, or the direction to wait and see.
I'm good, Genius.
We've seen two good patches come out. We know these patches are in the pipeline for a long time. And we know
Chad DX stream,
that the
100%.
development of these two patches were by people who are no longer on the team. But if they've been working for a year, if they've been passionate about Tekken for this long, it would make sense to me if the patches to come out from now on, while they may not be agile, while they may not respond to the immediate issues people are having, they will probably be in a decent direction. If this team for a year only worked on two patches, and I choose to believe in that and I'm wrong, then you got me. Then you got me and I was wrong. But I really think they probably worked on the game more than we're just seeing now.
Shout out to VDX, man. VDX gets so much hate. VDX gets so much hate for no reason. Being a generally positive person in this community is a great way to get shot down. You gotta hit me with philosophy on my way to work.
The downside of this is we probably won't see good adjustments to the new DLC
after this,
characters, at least for a while.
We're gonna be talking about God after this, so that should be fun.
Comes out, Roger
gonna be on night shift on Wednesday, I heard.
Yujiro will probably be a demon, if you ask me. That said, I am really curious how they choose to redesign the Season 2 characters going forward. I think that is the huge question mark, and that is the
tournament
big
on Sunday, Street Fighter 6.
If they can address that, if they can address combo length and duration,
Street Fighter 6. Oh, you're gonna hit him with the old man Guile tech down back in the corner.
About it, and I know that some people really enjoy long combos.
Well, we're just doing another philosophical experiment.
Are a bit fatigued by seeing the same strong aerial tailspin routes over and over and over again in every situation. There are remaining changes to be made. I really doubt that this team stopped after just adjusting heat, and we'll have to see what comes next. Undoubtedly, this is alarming news.
Man,
I think 100%.
It's
a little troll
down
that Harada just dropped this clarification and is like, anyways,
Street Fighter 2
today's
guy. I'm like,
oh,
this is what it's like. I'm trying to hit you with the Kimberly gimmicks. You're like, check this out. Down back. Flash kick. I was like, oh shit. He's being Street Fighter 2
all these guys have worked really hard on Tekken and gotten flamed online for it, and
some Street Fighter.
Dealt with a lot of hate. If they get to make games for fun again, and it reminds them of the good days where people were passionate and working quickly and able to do what they wanted.
Chad, they stole my flow, my drip,
I'm a Tekken fan. I'm pretty sure I always will be a Tekken fan. The IP is too cool. I got introduced to Nina Williams through Tekken, so I'm always going to be a Tekken fan, and I'm rooting for them. I'm not the type of person to hope that the franchise dies. I just hope that the game goes in a better direction.
Ain't no one hoping the franchise dies. Actually, some people are hoping the franchise dies. Alright, flash bomb time. Let's go! Psychological experiment. We need some music. We need some music. You can't hear it on Twitch. On YouTube, sorry. Alright. Before you start, can your belief about religion make it across our intellectual battleground? In this activity, you will be asked a series of questions about God and religion. In each case, apart from question 1, where don't know is a possible answer, you need to answer either true or false. The aim of the activity is not to judge whether your answers are correct. Rather, our battleground is one of rational consistency. This means that to get across without taking any hits, you must answer in a way that is rationally consistent. In other words, you have to avoid choosing answers that contradict each other. Also, if you answer in a way that is rationally consistent, but which has strange or unpalatable implications, you'll be forced to bite a bullet. Hits versus bullets. Direct hit, your answers directly contradict each other. Bite a bullet, your answers are consistent but have unpalpable implications. All right, this should be fun. Jerry in the house. How you doing, Jerry? All right, so of course, you may go along with thinkers such as Kierkegaard and believe that religious belief does not need to be rationally consistent, but that takes us beyond the scope of this activity. I do like me some Kierkegaard, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a fan of Kierkegaard. What you really should do is turn on dark mode. Is there a dark mode on this website? I don't think so. So suck a dick. Suck a dick. Of course. Okay, cool. Let's go. Let's start. God exists. True, false, don't know. Answer. I was gonna tell you to try, but I'll do the political compass test after. True, false, don't know. Honestly, don't know. We'll start here. I'll be lazy, but I exist. Fuck out of here, Jerry. If you're God, I'm committing Mariah Carey right now. God is a logical possibility, i.e., there is nothing contradictory about the very idea of God. All right, already I feel like this is a trap. God is logically possible. That seems true. It doesn't seem like it would be logically impossible for God to exist. We're gonna go with true. All right, next. If God does not exist, then there is no basis for morality. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think one could develop a moral code without God. Heresy spotted. Oh damn! Don't flame me. Yo, I gotta play a Warhammer game on stream. All right, false. Any entity that it is right to call God must be free to do anything. Ooh, how non-Dostoevsky. Yeah, I know. Interesting. Any entity that is right to call God, must be free to do anything. All right, chat. The word free is doing a lot of heavy lifting. The word free is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Any entity that is right to call God must be free to do anything. I mean, that must be... I'm seeing some false, but how can it be false? If we say that it's false, that means that there is something able to constrain God. And if there's something to constrain God, then that means there's something higher than God. Therefore, it can't be true, right? So it kind of has to be true. Anything that you call God must be technically able to do anything, right? Know what I'm saying? Like, how do you constrain God, right? So almost logically, it has to be true. I didn't think of that. Yeah, no, that's why I love philosophy. You have to think deeply. I think it has to be true. Because anything, let me hear the arguments. No, it don't. God doesn't have to be the higher power. So you're talking about levels. So you're saying that there's God, yes, but then there's something higher than God. Something higher than God that is keeping God in check. That's what you're saying, Shinathina? I mean, that does make sense logically. That does make sense logically. But then what is that thing? And then shouldn't we be praying to that thing that keeps God in check? You know what I'm saying? Wait, but the right to call God from whom? Oh, see, now we're becoming Socrates. Now we're fucking define our terms and shit. Any entity that it is right to call God must be free to do anything. Higher form of God is H2O. Water is... What the fuck are you talking about? I am the God, the highest train. Listen, I'll believe it when I see you reach Second King to show you. It may be something we cannot understand. I mean, sure, by that point, why are we even having a discussion? But we should be praying to the guy who controls God. That's my point. If there's a thing higher than God, then why the fuck do we keep treating God as though he's the ultimate arbiter? It almost seems, almost by definition, that this has to be true. Because the second you say false, then you have to believe that there's something higher. The highest form may be able to comprehend is God. I don't know, man. Ten Kings last season, Fujin. No, you're right. If a God is logical, can he do something illogical? I mean, sure, maybe. But that's not the question. I'm going to say true. Almost logically, it has to be so. I've taken no bullets, no hits. Any entity that it is right to call God must want there to be as little suffering in the world as possible. Okay, now we're asking the real questions. I don't think that's true. Any entity that it is right to call God must want there to be as little suffering in the world as possible. Not true. That has to be false, man. That has to be false. He's got to be, I mean, if God exists, he watched the whole of World War II being like, yeah, this is all right. which is kind of crazy. Music coming in, music first chat, false. It has to be false, right? He watched the Rwandan genocide like, yeah, that tracks. This is for the greater good somehow. Know what I'm saying? It has to be false. Any entity that is right to call God must have the power to do anything. See, this is what I'm saying. This goes back to the earlier question, right? This has to be true. It has to have their power to do anything. God dead ass wants the world to suffer. I don't know about wants the world to suffer, but he clearly has if God exists, he clearly has some sort of criteria that doesn't align with his instructions for us. Do you know what I mean? He's telling us not to commit murder, but he's not out here smiting everyone who commits murder. What's the deal? Know what I'm saying? So he must clearly have some plan, right? That is beyond mortal ken. Any entity that is right to call God must have the power to do anything. This, to me, it has to be true. It has to be true, right? Because again, we're coming back to if it's false, and what then why is he God? He's just a really powerful person or thing. Morality is based on a higher being. Absent God, we have no basis for morality. Everything we based off. I've heard this belief, Cray. I don't think that's true. I've already answered the question saying that I don't think that's true. Because I think we already have examples of people who do not people that don't believe in God but still have a sense of right and wrong. So that clearly can't be true. It clearly can't be true. God can't create a rock that's greater than him. Sure. Oh, I see what you're saying. God can't possibly create something greater than him. So that already has, it's a logic. I see what you're saying. God could be a place to learn morality, maybe. Can then saying God could make something he couldn't lift. Yeah, exactly. You're saying God could make something he couldn't lift. I hear it. What up, Alkez? Alka, how you doing? No matter what they believe, any entity that's right to God must have the power to do anything. Interesting. Could God create an object? It would be opinionated. How can someone tell? But I do think morality is opinionated. I do think it's opinionated. But it doesn't mean that it's irrelevant. If I'm a Mongol, grew up in the tradition, then it's good. Yeah, pretty much. That's why morality changes over time. Why something can be evil 1 century and then people change their mind. Well, groups of people change their mind. Whereas certain things stay consistent throughout culture. I think morality is more subjective than we want to give credit to because it makes us feel uncomfortable. Him, you're assuming gender. Yeah, you're right. Morality comes from culture. Yeah, not very woke of you. He's right. God appears in my dream as John Cena. That'd be so crazy. First, you enter the gates of heaven and the first thing you hear is I legit had a dream. The Big Show last week. Crazy. Can God have a plus on block homing mid? All God's supposed to be plus. But now we're leaving the realm of philosophical chat. Any entity that's right. I'm actually stumped here. Could God create something he himself could not lift? If your answer to that question is no, I don't know if questioning morality before bed is a good idea. I dare say it's the best time to question it. Always question morality. So morality is based on the feeling of doing good at the moment? No, my model of morality is that groups of humans get together and create rules that make life better for the tribe and enforce it. But the enforcement of it, there's not like a moral fact. And different communities, at least the communities that survive, tend to agree on certain things, like you probably shouldn't kill your neighbors. But at the same time, I think a lot of legit, they're saying the road is paved with good intentions, so I think you're wrong here. Of course you do. That's fine. This is a debate. Men have been arguing about this for 2,000 years. You and I aren't going to solve this in a YouTube chat. But I do think morality is more subjective than we give credit for. I think it is. What life better? Who states that? The individuals and usually the leaders of the tribe. So, for example, I believe it would be better to live in a society where people can't kill me. I believe that, and you believe that. So we agree. And we create powers that will punish us if we break that rule. I also believe it'd be better to live in a society where my things don't go missing because someone else took them. I believe that. You believe that. So we subscribe to a power, and we give people a power to enforce that rule. I believe that's how morality works. And then we can come up with stories to justify it. We can come up with punishments for people to break that rule and blah, blah, blah. But I think it comes up from tribes coming up with rules and then codifying it in our stories, in our mythology. That's how I see it. That's how I see morality arising. Morality determined by whoever agrees the most on something. Yeah, large groups of people. And then when you have children, if they try and break the rules, you smack them. And you go, no, these are the rules, whether you like them or not. And then much like a dog, if you've been conditioned under those rules, they become imbibed. So even if you could get away with it, you just wouldn't do it. Like there's lots of crimes even if I thought I could get away with, I wouldn't want to, because I would have a sense of shame. I would have a sense of it would ruin me even if I could get away with it. But these responses have been trained in me by a healthy parents, healthy society. So yeah, I think morality is more subjective than we want to give credit to. So there's no objective morality. I don't think there's an objective morality. No. I don't think there's an objective moral fact. Do you subscribe to any particular religion, Chad, or too sensitive? We're having philosophical chat. I subscribe, I guess, to the Christian ethic. I'm culturally Christian. Morality is a social lubricant. Yeah, kind of. The determining factor is the leaders of the tribe. That would make it good. That would make it good. That would make it tradition. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the idea of good and tradition are more interlinked than we think. And two people from different tribes can have agreements on certain things, but they also have disagreements sometimes, and then war happens. Like most tribes agree that you shouldn't be able to kill people for no reason, but some tribes think that if someone kills someone, you should be able to kill them, like the death penalty. And other tribes will look at that same thing and be like, no, that's evil. Right? And in fact, the same tribe can come, like Britain, we had the death penalty and then we banned it at a certain point. So the same tribe over time could change its mind when new things become available. So for example, we didn't have resources for prisons. So there was probably a time where the best thing to do with people who break rules like that probably was to kill them, because we didn't have the resources to build a building and have people man the building and watch people in prisons. But then as society gets large enough, the concept of prison becomes possible. Therefore, the right thing to do with someone who commits murder maybe is no longer to kill them. It's to house them in these sort of institutions and maybe try to reform them. So again, morality shifts with time. Again, that's my model of morality. I know it makes a lot of people feel uncomfortable, especially like traditional religious types who are like, no, there are moral facts. But to me, it doesn't hold water. The death penalty is a great example. I can understand how a man can think the death penalty is fine. I can understand that. I disagree, but I can understand how he comes to that conclusion. Now change the point. Right. 40 years ago, you hit your child, it was fine. Yeah, exactly. Like there's lots of things that are like, no, this is perfectly fine. And then homosexuality, all kinds of things. And it changes over time. How does that happen? It's because actually the tribe renegotiates certain things. But wouldn't that mean that all moral systems are valid? All moral systems are valid in a vacuum, yes. But at the same time, I can also say that I think, let's say I meet a tribe of people who are like, I think genocide is fine. I go, it is not fine. And if you try and do that to our people, you're either going to stop or we're going to stop you. Ergo, war happens. Do you know what I mean? But there are lots of societies that do things that I think are really messed up, but it's not my place to tell them what to do there. But I would just not go to their tribe. I would not go to their society. If they come to mine, I will demand they sublimate to our rules or leave. And vice versa. Why would you have a ticket to hell if we are in Chad's Discord? That's true. No one in my Discord's going to hell. Everyone in my Discord's going to heaven. It's one of the darkest places. So then one moral system is better than another. In my opinion, yes. In my opinion, like I have a morality. I think, for example, I think British morality is better than, say, Aztec morality that believed in sacrificing children to the gods. So for me, yes, our morality is better. Now, it makes sense if you don't believe in objective morality. Don't weird stance. I would just argue that there's no delineation of what is good, then which you accept that. Yeah, I do accept that. And I understand it's very messy. Yeah, I understand it's very messy. I don't think it matters so long as everyone agrees on the basic moral principles. But I think when you start to talk about marriage, should marriage be between one person or is polygamy okay? All of a sudden it starts to break down, right? Is physical discipline of children morally okay or morally not okay? There's all kinds of questions. They can get messy. And I think then there are objective morals. No, I don't think that. I said this already. I don't think there are objective morals. I don't think there's such thing as objective of moral facts. I don't think there's such thing as moral facts. Would you say morality is influenced by intelligence? Think of how certain animals' behavior. I don't necessarily know about intelligence per se. Laugh Math, I didn't already know who you are opening the stream. Heard. I think genocide is fine. Would be one. just like, oh yeah, genocide. Look, what about all the good genocides? As Shin Pete said last night. What do you mean all the good genocides? But the thing is, I do believe in, so I think morality is subjective, but that doesn't mean that it's irrelevant or that I wouldn't necessarily fight or potentially even die to preserve my moral codes. I would. But I also recognize that just because I believe something strongly with my heart and might be willing to die for it, I'm not under the illusion that it's a universal moral code. It's just that I want to live in a world that follows these rules, and I will fight to defend it in my tribe, my nation. I find a German rapper I really like. I need to hear Finty rap now. The German language is could be pretty good for rap, actually, because of the hard consonant sounds. I can see it being pretty good for rap. Not gonna lie, I was caught off guard when I opened the stream. Lol. Choose true or false now, Chad. We need next question. Oh, you're right. What was the question? Any entity that is right to call God must have the power to do anything. I think this is false, but I'm gonna get shot. Ooh, okay, I didn't get shot. All right, cool. I was like, it's gonna be a contradiction. Nope, not a contradiction. While there might be arguments over the details, evolution by natural selection is the correct explanation for the origin of species. I mean, clearly yes. Yeah. So you would lessen God's power, chat? I just think the question is logically, I just think if you ask yourself, okay, could God create something that he could not lift? I think that the existence of that question automatically means that it's a logical fallacy, right? Dinosaur becomes chicken. Wait, how did you end up philosophically test? Just curious. I love philosophy and I'm always having philosophical chats. And I think far too many people talk about politics and they don't talk about philosophy. Whereas a lot of the time our disagreements on politics actually just comes down to fundamental philosophical disagreements. And I think this is far more interesting. What do you think about the nature of man? Where do you think morality comes from? It's because we disagree on these points that we're unable to agree on, okay, what should we do about childcare and blah, 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 blah. And I actually think in a weird way, philosophical discussions are more interesting and they tend to get less heated, right? So I like having philosophical discussions. So I just started doing this and I think it's fun. And seeing as I'm waiting for the games talk, I was like, let's just have this. I thought it'd be fun. I might even start a second channel where it's just like, hey, philosophy time. Let's just have philosophical chats for the people who want to have it, right? Like, I want to have political discussion that don't just descend into people calling each other racists or xenophobes or sexists or whatever. I want to have this sort of stuff. So, and people on my channel seem to enjoy it. I tend to attract a lot of like thinkers. It seems like, so I'm like, let's just do it. You know what I mean? Anyway, while there are, yeah, I think it's true. I think it's true, but I think it's probably not the complete story, but it's the best story that we have. So I'm gonna say true. Did I get shot? Danger! Consistency check. No injury so far, but watch out. Danger ahead. Oh, now it's about to get difficult. Okay, let's go. Okay. It is justified to base one's belief about the external world, i.e. the world outside one's head, on a firm inner conviction, even in the absence of any independent evidence for the truth of this conviction. Is it justified to base one's belief about the external world on a firm inner conviction, even in the absence of any independent evidence for the truth of this conviction? I think the word that throws me off, I want to say false, but I live that's true as fuck. I mean, I want this is causing me a lot of trouble because I think most people that have an internal belief, they do have evidence, but it's like experiential evidence. It perhaps can't be verified scientifically, but then maybe that doesn't count as independent individual evidence. You know what I mean? Like, I remember when I first went to Taiwan during COVID, COVID was happening, and it was very early on in the COVID situation, and there were more. That long-winded question stitched my brain off. Bedtime. Good night, y'all. Have fun. There were in a bit, man. There were. I just had this belief like I have to go to Taiwan. If I don't go to Taiwan, I'll die. Like I actually believed that. Like I was like I have to go. Like it was a weird spiritual type thing. I had no evidence for it, but like, I have to go. Like I actually just have to go. And it ended up being one of the best decisions of my life. And there are times where I think, I don't know if that thought came exclusively from me. Maybe it's just a random thought and it just paid off, but it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. And there are times where I think, I don't know if that thought came from me. So yeah, maybe it's just a gut feeling. Maybe it's just subconscious, blah, 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 right? So maybe I'm projecting subconscious shit onto what is really just a biological phenomenon. But I don't know, man. I know what my thoughts felt like. That thought it felt different. But that's so vague. That's so vague. It is justified to base one's belief about the external world. But even the word justified, I don't know if it's justified, but I would say no, because even if God, I don't know, man. There's a lot of words here that are doing a lot of heavy lifting. Is it justified? I don't know if it's justified, but I do it. Something can be just, yeah, exactly. That's my point. This is very difficult. A lot of it just on the wording. Let me read it one more time. Sorry if it's getting boring. It is justified to base one's belief about the external world on a firm inner conviction, even in the absence of any independent evidence for truth of this conviction. I'm going to go ahead and say true, but I know that that's a very slippery slope. But I'm going to say true. A younger me would have said false. I was very much a rationalist, a materialist. If I can't prove it, I don't believe in it. Whereas now, as I get older, I'm like, no, actually, I think there's hubris to think that only things that I can observe are worth basing one's life around. The idea that like my brain, my intellect, and the data it can collect are the only things in the universe worth thinking about and knowing about. I actually think that as I've gotten older, I've come to think that is hubris. Is there a meaningful difference between the absence of evidence versus misinferred evidence? That's my point. That's Johan, you're asking the next question. That's really difficult because if I say true to this, then I should just believe whatever I want, right? And I don't believe that either. So I don't know. This is why it's difficult. But I'm going to say true, and I'm ready to get shot. I'm ready to get shot. Okay, I'm not sure yet. The next one of the questions is going to get me shot. Any entity that it is right to call God must know everything there is to know. This is another really tricky question. Does God know everything? And if he knows everything, then why is he mad at me for breaking the rules? He knew I was going to do it when I was born. Do you know what I mean? If God knows everything, why is he pissed at me? If God knows everything, why is he pissed at me for like, you know, for any sin that I do? Why is he pissed? He knew I was going to do it because he gave you free will. But if I have free will, then he can't know what I'm going to do before me, right? You see what I'm saying, Besh? You say he gave me free will, but are you saying that who says he's pissed? Well, maybe he's not, but like there's heaven and hell, right? At least in the Christian conception. But you're right. Maybe I'm thinking too limited, right? He can. Why not? He can't. Because again, free will and knowing everything doesn't make sense. I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm married to someone. I love her with all my heart, but that this really hot young thing offers me sex and I'm really tempted. Does God already know what I'm going to do? Yes or no? Does God already know? Yes or no? Because if he already knows that I'm going to say yes, let's say I'm going to sin, then did I really have free will? I was always going to say yes, right? I was always going to say yes. But if I had free will, then at that moment, he couldn't have known whether I was going to say yes or no. He couldn't have known because I didn't know until I decided. I recently stopped believing in. We had this discussion yesterday, Play Smithy. Exactly. I keep going back and forth every month between believing in the deterministic universe where everything's locked in and actually we have free will. I don't know. Every month I change my mind. Right now I'm like, no, I think we have free will. And then next month I'll be like, nah, deterministic universe. Even God can't get the mix up. God is right on every 50-50. Any entity that is right. So if he knows everything, my point is this. If I say true to this, he knows everything, then there can't be free will. That's my point. It actually doesn't make sense logically for me to say yes and believe in free will. It doesn't make sense. But if I say no to this, he doesn't know everything, then why should I listen to him? He might be wrong, right? God got an OS for that? Forgive Chad beforehand? Yeah, potentially. But there still doesn't answer the question. Does he know? He knows. You're saying that he knew I will, but it's all right. But by that same logic, then everyone should go to heaven, right? Just forgive me. Chad, I think the Andromeda paradox will make your mind of free will. Everything has already happened and is happening. I'm already aware of the deterministic hypothesis of the universe, right? Everything is led up from the Big Bang. I get it. I'm not ignorant of that argument. I just don't know if I buy it. But it makes sense logically. Any entity that is right to call God must know everything. I think, can there be ignorant gods? Again, if you're religious, don't think about your God. Don't think about Yahweh or Allah. Don't think about your God. Think about gods in general. Is it possible for there to be, in theory, an ignorant God? A God who knows infinitely more than you as a human, but still doesn't know everything. All right? Is it possible? Is it possible? I think it's possible. I think it's possible for there to be an ignorant God, or an imperfect God. Maybe we go to hell for exploiting his OS. Yeah, maybe. I think it's possible. I think it's possible for there to be a God that doesn't know everything. Torturing innocent people is morally wrong. I mean, true, it's morally wrong, but they're gonna be like, but didn't you say morality was subjective? And I'm like, yeah, it is subjective. And I subjectively think that I think it's morally wrong. Sure. I didn't get shot. All right, cool. If a thorough, isn't the fact Christians believe in heaven and hell makes their three? Well, there has to be, dinner. There has to be. For Christians, there has to be, right? But if they believe in heaven and hell, and they believe in free will, then how could God be all-knowing? I've never heard a good argument to square that circle, which is why my faith in religion is limited to the mortal stuff. When we start talking about the supernatural stuff, I'm like, you're losing me. But when we start talking about just love your neighbor, respect your mother and father, don't commit adultery, I'm like, all right, you know what? These are rules I can follow. I'm with you. When we start going into the metaphysical stuff, I'm like, just give me the bread and the wine. I'll live by the code, but just maybe don't hit me with the supernatural shit. Heaven and hell, yeah, sure. Fire and brimstone, whatever. Just don't hit your wife. Cool. I'm with you. I'm with you. No aliens exist? Cool. If a thorough search for extraterrestrial intelligence lasted many decades, brings no evidence of alien life, it is rational to believe that intelligent aliens do not exist. I mean, it's rational to believe it, but it doesn't make it a fact. Yeah, I think it's false. I mean, there's also, we're also skipping the time dimension. They might have existed in the past and died out. They might exist in the future. The supernatural is, by definition, things that cannot be explained. That's why we're having a hard time getting to an answer. Sure. But they said this at the beginning of the thing. You might just say, it's not rational, but I believe in it anyway. But at that point, don't take the quiz. That's basically what they said. That's the Søren Kierkegaard sort of OS. It doesn't make logical sense, believe anyway. So, all right, cool. It can be rational thought, but a bad rationale. I mean, you just can't make the conclusion. I can understand why someone would think that, but you can't say for certain, right? I haven't been shot yet. I'm so surprised I haven't been shot yet. It's coming. People who die of horrible, painful diseases need to die in such a way for some higher purpose. I don't know if that's always the case. If God exists, damn, even this website's woke. If God exists, she can make it so that everything now considered sinful becomes morally acceptable, and everything that is now considered morally good becomes, it's the Euthyphro dilemma. It's the Euthyphro dilemma. It's the classic Euthyphro. Could God decide that murder is okay? And this question right here, is like, of all the things that made me walk away from like the supernatural church stuff, this honestly is maybe the one, the Euthyphro dilemma. I think it was it Socrates who asked this question first? If God exists, can she make it so that everything now considered sinful becomes morally acceptable? Is God power? That's a new one. God said murder is okay. That's my point. If God turned around and said murder is okay, does murder become okay? Right? Does murder become okay? That's the question. Does God decide what is good, or does God merely tell us what is good? Do you get what I'm saying? Does God tell us what is good? So if God says murder is good, does it become good? God allowed David to kill Goliath? Sure. This is the thing. I don't think so. Yeah, me neither. But the thing is, if you say no, damn, I guess so, Chad. That's my point, though. It's messy, right? This is why I love philosophy, because it really, no matter what you believe, if you do ask good enough questions, you realize, damn, my beliefs are kind of messed up. Because if God turns around and says that this horrible thing becomes good, are you then going to do it? Like, for example, I know this sounds it's really dark, but let's say you're a religious person. Let's say your God told you to kill me. Would you do it? And does that make you a morally good person? Honest question. And every individual person has to ask that question. Do moral laws exist outside of the lawgiver? Yeah, Blue. Yeah, I've already said that for me. I don't think they do. I think morality is a contract, and it's a construct made by tribes of people. So I don't think they do. But there are people here, obviously, who believe in moral facts, right? Moral laws handed down by God or some other powerful entity. I don't believe that. I recommend everyone go to this website and ask these questions yourself, because it's going to be different for everyone. No, you're my friend, Chad. Yeah, but God told you to do it. But if God told you to do it, would you do it? If God exists, I think false. Yeah, it's a very dangerous thing. Yeah, danger. You're doing brilliantly. Still danger ahead, but so far so good. Only 5 more questions to go, and not so much as a scratch so far. Well done. All right, cool. It's trying to work out if there are contradictions in your beliefs. If you believe him enough, you have to trust his word. The problem is if your pastor... Yeah, exactly. No, but let's say, Johan, I understand that, but to me that seems like a fudge, Johan. Let's say, forget your pastor. Let's say God himself, and there's some way that you can know it's God. It's Yahweh, it's Allah, it's whoever your God is. God comes to you and tells you, my child, kill Chad III. Would you do it? Do you know what I mean? That's an important question. And I'll be honest with you, again, no disrespect to people, because morality is hard. If someone tells me, looks me in the eye and says, yeah, I would, I'd be like, okay, respectfully, there's a limit to how close we can get. There's a limit to how close we can get. Again, I'm not saying you'll become my enemy, but I'm like, because clearly we have a different view of where morality comes from and how it works. I'm like, I'm like, hey, respectfully. Because I'll tell you one thing, right? I have a weird relationship with God, but if I had verifiable, we're having philosophical chats, Noah Black. If you're not down for philosophical questions, leave now. We won't judge you. But yeah, if God comes down and tells me to kill someone, I'll be honest. I would look him in the eye and be like, oh, I'll probably go blind. But I'd be like, how can you ask me to do that? How can you possibly ask me to do that? How can you possibly ask me to do that? How could you possibly ask me to do that? Oh no, I know you're about to have beef with what's it called? With your community versus another community about to have beef with what's it called? I forgot the name actually. With Teach. I'd have to cause my ass is probably headed for the oven. Sorry, Chad. I'd have to, because my ass is probably headed for the oven. Sorry, Chad. Listen, Johan, I respect the honesty, but I'm like, listen, I gotta stay away from you. Like there's we're gonna baby. I gotta keep my distance, because for me it'd be like, I'm not doing it. Lord, I'm not doing it. And not only am I not doing it, God, you know I'm not doing it. Because you made me, apparently. So you know I'm not doing it. How can you ask me to do it? You do it. No disrespect, Yahweh. No disrespect. But you made me into the kind of man who doesn't want to take a life for no good reason. You made me this way. I'm not doing it. And the fact that you are asking me to do it is making me look at you sideways. And I know I have no right to say that, because you're the all powerful, but like, it's crazy. It's not even going to be a fight. He's going to smite me. But I'm like, the only reason I even pay attention to you is because I believe that you have a formulation that is in the, what happened to do unto others? I wouldn't want them to do this to me, so I can't do this. You create a trap for me, my lord. You create a trap. Even rats, cats, primates have a sense of fairness, reciprocity. I think absolute morality exists, like mathematical rules exist. Blue man visions. People, you might be right. The debate we're currently having men have been having for 2,000 years. We're not going to settle it over YouTube. I disagree with your formulation. I don't think it's like mathematical rules. I think it's more like rules of the game that we create But I understand your argument. Because morality changes over time, consistently, actually. But there are certain things that stay consistent, like such as murder is wrong, right? But then again, I talk about the death penalty. Is the death penalty morally right, morally wrong? You might say one way or the other with chest, but there's a lot of other people just as morally great as you on the other side of the issue. Yo, hey, pussy. Hey, relax. Hey, relax. We're not about to besmirch fucking religious figures here. I'm just saying, if he comes to me, if my God comes to me telling me to kill a man, I might be a bad Christian. Lol, nah, I'm hip. I just thought you were playing Tekken. That's what the Qadari said. Oh, lol, my bad. I did say in the comments, fucking Summer Game Fest plus philosophy. That is, we're gonna watch Summer Game Fest in a bit, but you're right. Come on, Chad. Jesus cripping over you. Prove he's real. You have to hold that L for ducking. It's true. Yeah, the fight will be going down next month. I can't wait. Noah. I'm looking for that. I was watching them try to assemble their Avengers. I'm like, I don't think I've watched a single Noah Black stream, but I think he's gonna win. Because it was a shambles. They're trying to raise their holiest warriors, and it was not looking convincing at all, Noah. At all. There was no confidence in their bench. No confidence. Tekken 8 Philosophy Edition, yeah. Is it morally acceptable to hop kick? Answer, always yes. Is it foolish to believe in God without certain irrevocable proof that God exists? Foolish is a subjective word. I don't think it is foolish. I don't think it's foolish. The lack of compelling arguments or evidence to show that God does not exist necessarily means that atheism is irrational, something akin to a faith. This word is doing a lot of heavy lifting. No, you don't need proof of something not existing to not believing it. It's not irrational. I do think it is akin to a faith, but I don't think it's irrational. I don't think it's irrational at all. I think it's just two sides of the same coin. An atheist has an a priori assumption that there is nothing. And yeah, they have an a priori. I don't know that I guess it is a priori, but I don't know that it's irrational. An atheist might believe that there is more to their understanding, but not categorize it as a god, as a person. So I don't think it's false. The serial killer Peter Sutcliffe had a firm inner conviction that God wanted him to kill prostitutes. He was, therefore, justified in believing that he was carrying out God's will in murdering his victims. I can say false. So you're agnostic? I guess so. I guess you could say I'm agnostic, but I do believe that there are powers. I know it's very vague, wishy-washy, hippie girl shit, but I do believe that there is power, a force beyond mortal ken that governs a lot of our lives, but I just don't claim to know what it is. I don't claim that it's a man in the sky or a woman in the sky. I don't know. And I take pride in my saying that I don't know, but I do believe that there is something beyond mortal. I'm not a materialist who thinks the only things that can be seen and observed and proven are worth believing in. But but what gets on my nerves is when people say, no, I know the fact that it's God, it's Yahweh, it's Allah, and I'm willing to fight and kill over it. I'm like, you don't know. You believe. You don't know though. You don't know. Peter might be a shady pastor. I don't know. Cultures and societal norms change, but morality exists outside of themselves. I hear moral relative argument though. No, I hear. Do moral facts exist? It's a great argument. It's a great argument. It's worth having. But I just don't believe moral fact exists. I wonder if atheists have pessimistic bias. I don't think so. They might though. There's a lot of depression in both cases. Religious people are typically happier when according to psychological analysis. Doesn't mean they're right, just means that they're happier. He was therefore justified in believing. I think it's false. I've been hit. My first shot. I knew I was gonna make it. So why have I been shot? Earlier, you said that even in the absence of independent evidence, it is justified to base one's beliefs about the external world on a firm inner conviction. But now you do not accept that the serial murderer Peter Sutcliffe was justified in doing just that. The example of the killer has exposed that you do not, in fact, think that a belief is justified just because one is convinced it is true. So you need to revise your opinion here. The intellectual sniper has scored a bullseye. Hang on. Pause. Have you ever had this talk with C4, being that he's an atheist, Chad? No, I never had this chat. Earlier, you said that even in the absence of independent evidence, it is justified to base one's beliefs about the external world. I don't think it's a contradiction, chat. And I'll tell you why. Maybe it sounds like cope. Here's how I square this circle. I have things that I believe strongly in my heart. Strongly. But I also know that I might be wrong. Okay? Therefore, just because I believe something strongly, there's a limit to how much of my own will I'm willing to force on another human being. Does that make sense? So, for example, I might believe that it is wrong to be married to multiple people, let's say. I might strongly believe that. But that doesn't mean that I'm right. It just means that I am going to insist on only marrying one person if I ever get married. And I'll also, like, with friends and family, I will also advise that they do that way. And I probably keep my distance from those that live in an alternate lifestyle. But I wouldn't force my will on another person. So I don't know you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, this person truly believes that God wants him to kill prostitutes. Okay. But like, you might be wrong though. So I don't know I don't know. It's normal to believe God would want people to follow the commandments. Sure. I don't know that I buy this contradiction, but I'm willing to continue. If God exists, she can create square circles and make 1 + 1 = 72. This is so good. Can God break logic? Can God make square circles? Can God make 4-sided triangles? So Ash is saying yes, he could. I'm saying no. I'm saying I don't think he could. Well, actually, I take that back. If God exists, yeah, he probably could. If God exists, yeah, he probably could. Because we say, yeah, exactly. I can already see the contradiction, right? Like if I say true, you'll be like, oh, but earlier you said that he'd necessarily be able to do. Yeah, I think it's probably true. If he exists, never mind L-Chad. No, but if he exists, then he could. Right? Because the rules of the universe, if the entity that created the rules of the universe, yes, if an entity created the rules of the universe, why couldn't he break the rules? Yes, he could. I mean, this gets into the philosophy of mathematics, right? Math might just be the language that the universe is written in, like code. Do you know what I mean? Math might just be the language that's my favorite definition of maths. Math is the language the universe is written in. Neo in the Matrix, he can't be omnipotent if he's bound by his own rules. Exactly, he can't be omnipotent if he's bound by his own rules. That's true. All right, you've bitten the bullet. You've just bitten a bullet. All right, cool. That's not the same as getting shot. In saying that God has the freedom and power to do that which is logically impossible, such as creating square circles, you are saying that any discussion of God and ultimately reality cannot be restrained by basic principles of rationality. Yeah, but I've been saying that. This would seem to make rational discourse about God impossible. I've been saying that. If rational discourse about God is impossible, there is nothing rational we can say about God and nothing rational we can say to support our belief or disbelief in God. To relax radical constraints on religious discourse in this fashion requires accepting that religious convictions, including your own religious convictions, are beyond any debate or rational discussion. Yeah, I've been saying that. Trying to have rational discussions about God are defeating. Søren Kierkegaard has been saying this. You can't do it. I've been saying that. All right. One hit, one bullet. That's fine. Okay. It is justified to believe in God if one has firm inner convictions that God exists, even if there is no independent. I mean, I think so. Okay. Male. UK. Old man. Post-grad. Christian with an asterisk. The great. Okay. You navigated the battlefield suffering 1 hit and biting 1 bullet. Coherence rating 80%. Direct hits 1, bites bullet. David Hume, the great skeptic. You commit to nothing without empirical evidence, and you are largely consistent in your suspension of judgment. How it's calculated. Your coherence score is based on logical consistency of your answers. Direct hits contradictions cost 2 points each, while bullets, unconfirmed but consistent implications, cost 1 point each. The maximum damage is 15 points. Anything from 90 to 100 is highly coherent belief system. 75 to 89 is largely consistent with minor tension. C4 would love this. Yeah, he would. I think C4 would do worse than he thinks. I think C4 would do worse than he thinks. I'm about to mix it. C4 sit this. I think he'd do worse than he thinks. I think he thinks all of his thoughts would be 100% logical, but he would quickly find himself in knots. I think he'd do better than the average population, but I think he'd do worse than he thinks. Below 50 major contradictions detected. Okay, earlier you said the absence. Oh yeah, I already said this. You've been the bullet. So see how others did. Okay, so the average is 3.6. I have 3. Okay, fine. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's see C4 do this. C4 would do horrible? I don't think he would. I think he'd do okay. I think the God one might trim him up. That was fun. All right. Okay. What other philosophical experiments are there? Oh, there's a political one here. Should I do the political one, or is it too dangerous? Should I do the politics one, chat? Or is it too dangerous? I'm about to get exposed as a fascist. Is it too dangerous? Me and Mike C4 should do this all together? Yeah. Finn doing this? I still think the bullet one is bullshit. Me too. Should you kill the fat man? I love philosophy. Philosophy, like I was saying earlier, I think philosophy is really important. I think everyone gets caught up in political discussions, but I think more people should get into philosophy, because I think that's where the real disagreements happen. If we don't disagree on the nature of man, of course we'd have different politics. Please give this to Finn. Yeah, it'd be fun. All right, take the test. Whose side are you on? Sure. This experiment measures the relationship between political commitment and epistemic reasoning. You'll start with a short set of questions about your political outlook, which kinds of issues matter most to you, then work through a series of hypothetical scenarios. You should choose responses on the basis that they most closely reflect your view. It's unlikely you will find perfect matches, which you should take into account when assessing any feedback you might receive. There are no trick questions and no right answers. The experiment is interested in patterns, not individual responses. All right, let's go. Let me expose myself on stream. Free markets! Let's go. The invisible hand. Adam Smith about to slap me. How strongly do you agree or disagree with each statement? Free markets usually improve lives more effectively than state redistribution via progressive taxation. Oh, that's so vague. You need free markets, but you also need redistribution via progressive taxation. That's so fucked up. Chad dropped the philosophical primer. Yeah, sure. Free markets. A society run by free markets is philosophical disagreement are the root of political disagreement. Agreed. Free markets are useful and powerful, but a society run on free markets is going to fall apart within a couple generations. More effectively than state redistribution. I'm going to cop out. I'm going to say it's I'm going to say neutral, because you need both. Yeah, I'm going to say neutral, which is a cop out. I don't want to say neutral to everything, but you need both. Persistent disparities between social groups are usually better explained by social injustice than by differences in culture, behavior, and aptitude. Chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. I think it depends on the social context. Obviously, usually it's a bit strong. I think in Yeah, I think in like, I think in 1930s Germany, structural injustice probably played a large part. You know what I mean? I think in apartheid South Africa, I think structural injustice probably played a large part. You're gonna get cooked for this whole thing, Chad. I mean, look, it is what it is. Persistent, that word's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Persistent disparities between social groups are usually better explained by structural injustice. But again, it's both. It's both. Oh, it's too vague. But my leaning, if I'm being honest, my modern leaning is disagree. My modern leaning is disagree. But there are many instances where I strongly agree. But I'm not saying a man is burning the bridge before he goes to Taiwan. No, I'm just saying the truth, bro. A country should construct its immigration. Oh God, I shouldn't have walked here. A country should construct its immigration policies in such a way as to protect its culture and economic interests. I mean, agree. Is that controversial? Is that controversial? Am I all right now? That seems like common sense. That's true for every country. Does anyone disagree with this statement? Does anyone disagree with this statement? If anyone disagrees with this statement, let me know. Speak now or forever hold your peace. But this seems like common sense. A country should control its immigration policies. We need more blank, so we'll allow more blank. Right? We need more doctors, get more doctors in. We need more labor because it's been a war and we lack labor, get more people in. Like, sure. And try and get them from places that are like culturally compatible with our own. That makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. This is like strongly agree. I'm neutral. Oh, interesting. Neutral. That's so interesting. Why would you say neutral? What makes you not want to say agree before you move on? I'm strongly agree. I'm strongly agree. Again, no judgment here. You're a Restore voter. Yeah, I see you. No, I'm not pale enough to be a Restore voter, unfortunately. These motherfuckers take away my right to vote. But the culture, yes. But culture, I think cultural preservation makes sense. Yeah. And it should be in the interest of the people who are already in that nation. Of course. Like, for example, I'm moving to Taiwan, right? But I had to apply. If Taiwan, like, we have no value for you here, they're not wrong to do so. I'm allowed to go to Taiwan because they have things that they need done, i.e. English teachers, and I can do that, right? But like, they are 100% right to say like, yeah, we like you or we don't like you. Okay, we think British people are okay. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that's legit. But yeah, I'd be curious to know why someone would be against that. Again, no judgment. I'm pretty open-minded. I can usually see why people would feel differently to me. I can't understand why someone would be like, no. Higher education tends to produce left-leaning views because of deeper understanding of the world naturally supports progressive conclusions. I mean, I disagree. For me, the argument here is, do I disagree or strongly disagree? I really disagree with this. Higher education tends to produce left-leaning views because of a deeper understanding of the world, naturally supported progressive conclusions. No, that's not true. That's not true. I'm pretty sure if you went to a university in 1930s Germany, your views would be very different. Yeah, I kind of disagree. I disagree. Governments should enact restrictions on speech that target marginalized groups, even if it doesn't incite violence. Ooh, it's a no from me. If there was an option over here, I'd be like, yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Even if it doesn't incite violence, yeah, that's I think this is a slippery slope. That weird and Britain, yeah, I strongly disagree. Good song for this test. Yeah, true. Yeah, I disagree. Access to oh god. Oh yeah. What have I done? Alright, well, access to abortion should be available without legal restriction throughout pregnancy. Yeah, I agree. Because before long you'll see yourself on the other side of the gun. Yeah, 100%. I agree. It's between agree or strongly agree. I'm trying to... I know, fuck. Access to abortion should be available without legal restriction throughout pregnancy. Culture is consistently evolving thing. I don't believe it should be protected in most cases. I think that, Tristan, I think that's crazy. I think that's a crazy statement. I think culture is really important. It's one of the most important and least understood things. And no, I very much disagree. I very much disagree with that, Tristan. Again, no shade. I can understand why. I can see what you're getting at. I disagree. I think this world is full of many, many cultures that I love and I adore, and there's many that just chat for abortion, y'all. Listen, I think abortion is a tragedy. I think abortion sucks. I think ideally no one should ever have to have one. At the same time, I don't think it's a legal thing. I think ideally we should have cultural prohibitions against abortion, but everyone has the right to make that choice. Every woman, I should say. Yeah. But the no restriction seems crazy. I'm trying to work out, are there no restrictions that I would be okay with? No restriction throughout pregnancy? Does that mean abortion up until birth? Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. Is there no point in the process where it should be? But how do you even do that? I don't know, chat. I don't know, chat. I don't know, chat. Surely aborting a baby like a month before it's due. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Without culture, people have no unifying balls put together. Exactly. I don't know, chat. Because let's say, because you're right, having an abortion, let's say a month before birth, that's very different to say you're dealing with an embryo. But at the same time, is it right to say that the state must mandate that you give birth to this child now? You must go through one of the most harrowing physical experiences to go through. I don't know that the state should ever have the right to tell you that. I don't know if the state should ever have the right to tell you that. I don't know. I don't know if the right should have to tell you that. But the right can be like, no, you must push this thing out. No, you must. I don't care if it hurts. I don't care if it could potentially, I don't care. You must do it. Who are you to make that proclamation? Who are you to make that? Who am I to make that proclamation? You know what I'm saying? That's the issue. Who are you? Who are you to make that proclamation? That woman must undergo that. I don't know, man. I think it's right for us to feel not happy about it. How important to you are political questions about sex, gender, and identity? Political questions about these? Not at all important. I guess slightly important. They do affect things, but not as important. I think they are overblown in modern discourse. How important to you are political questions about religion, morality, and cultural traditions? Very important. I think the other subject was under-discussed. I think this is, I think the other thing is over-discussed. I think this is under-discussed. I think this is very important. I think it's very important. Because here's my controversial view. If the majority of people do not share cultural traditions and a sense of morality, I put it to you that it's only a matter of time before the Polish breaks apart. That is my view. I think there's a lot of talk about, countries need to be ethnically homogenous, right? I don't think they need to be ethnically homogenous, but I do think they need to be morally and culturally homogenous. I do think there needs to be a shared moral core. I do. You can have religious disagreements so long as you agree on most of the core things. I think once a people start to diverge on these lines, I think it's only a matter of time before the country's cooked. That's my genuine view. And I think a lot of the problems that we're having today is because we've actually diverged in a lot of ways here. And I'm not even saying that one culture is correct or right. I think this is class. I forget who said it, but I remember that question of like, should you drive on the left side of the road or the right side of the road? The correct answer is it doesn't matter so long as we all agree. Right? So long as we all agree, it's fine. If we all agree to drive on the left, it's all good. If we all agree to drive on the right, it's good. When we got motherfuckers going all over the place, it's a mess. It's a mess. So I actually think this is very important. How important are your political questions about free speech, public shaming, and social sanction? I think it's very important. I think it's very important. What is permissible? What isn't permissible? What should we shame people for? Yeah, I think it's permissible. I think it's important. How important are your political questions about race discrimination and group inequality? Moderately important. Moderately important. How important to you are political questions about policing, crime, public safety? Extremely important. How important to you are political questions about markets, redistribution, and the royal estate? Extremely important. I'm a right-wing libertarian, dominant right. Oh shit, I'm in the minority. Interesting. All right, so now you have to continue to scenarios. So based on your response, and here is your approximate political profile. Remember, this is a rough instrument. It captures broad tendencies, not the full picture. Okay. All right. Let's see what we have in the scenarios. I know, libertarian. Ew, libertarian. I don't like libertarians. All right. Let's see. Religious and social conservative organizations have long argued that homosexuality is a lifestyle choice. This framing has underpinned support for conversion therapy and language of unnatural lifestyle used in public campaigns. Scientists have now identified a clear genetic basis for homosexuality. Okay. The evidence is conclusive. Sexual orientation is biologically determined, immutable, and present from conception. It's not a choice. Okay. Should organizations that have campaigned on the unnatural abandon that specific language? Option A, yes, lifestyle argument with specific empirical claim that has been refuted. They should retire the language of unnatural and stop opposing protections that were promised on the idea of being gay was correctable behavior. No, the underlying position doesn't change. Whether homosexuality is chosen or innate is never the real foundation. It was a supporting argument within broader ethical and theological worldview. Option A, clearly. They're wrong. Cancel culture / racism. Progressive commentators have argued that holding people professionally accountable for racist speech is not cancel culture, but necessary social accountability. That there should be real. Did scientists pronounce themselves wrong? Lol. Lord Jesus, Chad is gonna make short out of it. I'm not gonna make any shorts out of this, bro. However, new research has been published that demonstrates that cancel culture has been measurable chilling effect on free speech. This is true. Causing psychological harm and disproportionately suppressing conservative viewpoints. Sure, okay. Someone has been caught on video making unambiguously racist remarks. Clear, ugly, deliberate racial abuse directed at a specific person. The video has gone viral. Given the evidence about cancel culture's chilling effect, should anti-racism organizations discourage their supporters from engaging in social media campaigns of vilification? Oh, this is messy. But it's like the Hulk Hogan thing, right? There isn't an undisputed scientific basis. They got that from Alfred Kinsey, who was disproven. Yeah, but even if we just take it for granted, let's say it is scientifically proven. What do you do? Planted Medusa question? Lol. Yes, there is no justification for punishing particular individuals for their speech, however repulsive it might have been, when the problems of racism and injustice are fundamentally systemic. No, racist abuse is categorically different from expressing a political opinion. It is not speech in the abstract. It is an act that causes direct harm and reinforces social oppressions. Not all speech is the same. This question's too vague for me because, okay, what do we want to do? Have a new research? Forget this part. Someone has been caught on video making unambiguously racist remarks. I mean, I need context for the video. The reason why I say I need context for the video is because I'm pretty sure that if you put a microphone under all our voices, we probably would all say something over the next year that is insensitive to some group or another. Like, we all know that there are things that we might say in private that we never say in public. So if it was in private, I'm a lot more forgiving of people saying uncouth things in private. But if this person on the public record has just come out and been like, yeah, kill the blacks, then I'm like, ooh. Then I'm like, all right, that's an issue. Like, you probably should be flamed. Yeah, no, I think against a specific person, yeah, sure. I'm like, no. Yeah, I think this person should get flamed. I think the person should get flamed. Yeah, I lean towards B as well. I see the argument for A, but no, I'm with B. Bro, I'm so tired of virtue signaling shit. We're all racist and shit. Yeah, but it depends, right? Because I will hold you accountable for stuff you say in public, but I'm a lot more forgiving to shit people say in private. Because I know that all of us say some wild shit in private, especially us men. So I'm a lot more forgiving. Like, oh, here's a secret recording that he didn't know. So okay, fine. Like, we're all gonna fail that test. But if you're just in public saying some shit, then like, yeah, of course, random. But what the hell is the unconventionals? I don't know. Ask the others. These men want to be Carol Danvers in Civil War II so bad. Yeah, of course. During an escalating epidemic, progressive public health advocates have argued that large gatherings are dangerous and irresponsible, condemning religious activities, anti-lockdown protests. Oh, yes, 2020. Okay, cool. Incontrovertible epidemiological, right? Epidemiological evidence confirms they are right. Hold on, I should probably read the whole thing. During an escalating epidemic, progressive public health advocates have argued that large gatherings are dangerous and irresponsible, condemning religious services, anti-lockdown protests, and social events as reckless super-spreader risks. Their position has been unequivocal. The science says large gatherings kill people. Okay. Incontrovertible epidemiological evidence confirms that they are right, and that the resulting infections disproportionately affect marginalized communities. Okay. The major civil rights organizations responding to an incident of grave injustice has now called for national demonstrations. Ooh, this is actually really interesting. Should the public health advocates who condemned other large gatherings apply the same standard here? This actually happened in the UK. There was a lot of during COVID, you're not allowed to gather, and then George Floyd happened, and people started gathering all over here in the UK. And I remember being like, "This seems bullshit. Like, you should ban both. Yeah, you should ban both." I'm like, and the second they were like, "No, the George Floyd." The second they were like, "Yeah, the George Floyd protests are okay." I'm like, "Hang on, time out, ref. There were people who couldn't see their loved ones in their dying hours because of COVID, but now this shit happened on that side of the planet. Time out, ref. Time the fuck out." Yes. The argument was that large gatherings spread infections, kill vulnerable people. That argument doesn't change because the cause is sympathetic. Consistency in the minimum requirement, 100%. This is. I super agree with this. Fuck this. Fuck this. Like, because for some people, their religious service is a really important thing, and for some people, a social event might be really important. Yeah, of course, you got to be consistent. 100%. Trans neuroscience, oh boy. Trans rights organizations often cited neuroscience in support of trans identity, specifically the claim that trans women have brains that more closely resemble a natal woman, providing biological basis for the experiment of gender incongruence. Okay. Major new neuroimaging research has now conclusively shown the opposite, that brains of trans women closely resemble those of natal men and are generally divergent from those of natal women. The findings are robust and uncontested. Okay. Should organizations that use the brain sex argument concede that this no longer stands? Yes. If the argument was based on brain sex, then, and that's no longer true, then yes, you can see the point. Yes. Whew, I was worried that was going to be more controversial. No, that's just logical. I was leaning towards B on that last one, not gonna lie. Which one? The trans one? This one? This one? Or the protest one? I think if you went B on the protest one, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You gotta be consistent. You gotta be consistent. Fuck that. You have told a bunch of people that that their right to gather has been banned for the health reasons. And then you go, okay, but this cause is legitimate enough that we're gonna let people gather? Fuck that. That's not cool. Who are you to decide that this is worthy enough? I might want to praise my God. And you're saying that's not legitimate? No, you can't do that. Yeah, that's when that happened here in the UK, and it's caused a lot of damage to trust in institutions that will never recover from. You gotta be consistent. Diversity and inclusion advocates have argued that demographic aware hiring practices, considering candidates' backgrounds and identities as part of the process, produces stronger organizations and correct for historical disadvantage. A comprehensive replicated study has now shown that the fully blind hiring process is specifically better performance outcomes on every measure. I agree with that, by the way. I advocate the colorblind vision of the future. That's me. Fuck all of y'all. Productivity, innovation, client satisfaction, retention, but also produces less demographically diverse workforces. Should DEI advocates concede that blind hiring outperforms diversity aware hiring on performance measures? Yes. If that's what the data shows. Yes. Yes. Got it. So it was allowing rather than just intervention. My fault. No worries. You can't pick and choose like that. Yeah, I don't think you can. Okay. It's getting spicy, chat. It's getting spicy. Religious apologists have long pointed to universality of religious experience as evidence for God's existence. Neuroscientists have now conclusively demonstrated that religious belief is an evolutionary adaptation, a cognitive module that provided survival advantages that explains the subjective intensity of the experience without reference to anything supernatural. Should apologists who have used universality of belief argument retire it? This is interesting. For me, the one word here is this. They've said conclusively. And I don't know how you could do that. If you've conclusively done it, then yeah, but how could you conclusively deduce that? Let's read the arguments. Yes, the argument claimed that the best explanation for widespread religious experience is that it corresponds with something real. A complete naturalistic explanation has now been provided, so that argument no longer works. No, the evolutionary explanation doesn't replace a theological one. It's compatible with it. If God exists, we should expect evolution to equip us to perceive the divine. An account on how we believe doesn't settle whether what we believe is true. Yeah, that actually seems more accurate. It doesn't settle it. Yeah, this doesn't settle it. It's a good explanation, and I can understand why one would leap on it, but it doesn't settle it. B is more accurate to me. It doesn't settle it. Faith schools and religious education bodies have argued that creationism deserves a place in the science curriculum alongside evolution. Their cases has rested on the claim that evolution is just a theory, that the evidence is generally contested among scientists. Incontrovertible evidence for evolution by natural selection has now emerged, so overwhelming that even major religious institutions have formally acknowledged it. The scientific consensus is total and unqualified. Should faith schools concede that creation does not belong in the science curriculum? In the science curriculum? Yes. 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 What are we talking about? Yes. Yes. It has no business in the science curriculum. Science is about following things from the logic and the evidence. So of course, you just throw it out. It has no place in the science curriculum. You just put it in the religious curriculum. Yeah, some people believe X, sure, but it has no place in the science curriculum. That makes no sense. Yes, their argument for including creation rested on scientific. Yeah, exactly. We're done. We're actually done. Climate change. Free market think tanks have long argued that climate change, to the extent that it is a problem, is best addressed through market mechanisms, carbon trading, tax incentives, technological innovations driven by private enterprise. Extensive research has now demonstrated that these market-based approaches are insufficient. The only intervention that works requires large-scale government coordination. Should these organizations concede that their market solution argument has failed? Yes. If the evidence suggests that, then yes. I mean, ideally, you do both. You incentivize individuals and governments work well. But yeah, obviously governments, if you're going to make a dent, it has to be a government effort. Let's look at the arguments. Yes, the argument was that markets could solve the problem. They can't. This has been tested and shown intellectually honesty requires conceding the point. Yes. No, the risk of large-scale state intervention, corruption, inefficiency, political capture, erosion, and liberty are historically documented. This is true. Conceding that markets have failed opens the door to a concentration of state power. I mean, yes, sure, but then so does having a nationalized police force or military. That's not the point. Yeah. Hey, trans women in sports. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is about to be good. All right. I'm gonna need some water before we go for this one. I'm gonna need some water. Oh boy. All right. Let's do it, chat. How you doing, Buffka? Let's do it, chat. The campaign group Women's Sports for Women. Okay. Has been arguing against trans women participating in female sports. Their central claim is that male puberty confers irreversible physiological advantages that make competition inherently unfair. New medical protocols have been developed that render trans women phenotypically identical to natal women on all performance relevant measures. The results have been rigorously tested and are unambiguous. There is no longer any measurable athletic advantage. Should women's sports for women drop their opposition to trans women in female sports? Answer A, yes. Their central argument was the physiological fairness, and that argument has collapsed. Yes, I would say it's about, fairness and safety. But if you've eliminated the physiological thing somehow, hypothetically, then then it's fine. They haven't. But if they have, again, you're dealing with the hypotheticals. If they have, this article isn't saying that they have, but we're saying that if they have, then yeah, sure. If there's a magic pill you can take that all of a sudden you've eliminated the advantages conferred by male puberty, then of course, yeah, sure. But they haven't. No, the argument was never about physiologically, it was about category of female, established clear boundaries for the designation. The deeper concern about sex-based categories survives the new evidence. This is interesting, this is messy. Yeah, it's hypothetical, so I would say yes. In this, if they could do this, sure. They haven't. Until they do, I'm gonna have issues, but yeah, if they do this, sure. Good, bro. Good to see you. Fun idea streaming this. It's great. You should do it too. You're a thinker. I want to get all the thinkers doing this. I love philosophy. I think political discussions are interesting, but philosophical discussions are more interesting, although this is political. All right, cancel culture, assassination. Oh boy, conservative commentators and free speech organizations have consistently argued that cancel culture is corrosive to open discourse, okay? They have campaigned against it as a form of mob censorship, arguing that people should not face professional consequences for their speech, however unpopular. That's a bit broad. Research has now confirmed their position. Cancel culture has a measurable chilling effect on free speech and disproportionately suppresses conservative viewpoints. Okay, I can see that. A prominent right-wing commentator has been assassinated. Oh boy! Across social media, people are openly celebrating his death. Yeah, it's not a good look. Should the same commentators and organizers who oppose cancel culture also oppose reporting these people to their employees? Oh, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that these people were wrong. These people were wrong. Cancel culture doesn't need to be fought on a legal level. It needs to be fought on a cultural level. Every society has things that it deems okay. Every culture, every healthy culture has things that it deems okay to say and do and things that it doesn't. And we can have disagreements about what they are, but that's natural. So, but if you were saying that reporting people to their employees is bad, you can't then do it when people start laughing at Charlie Cook's death. You can't. So yes, consistently requires it. If the principle is that people should not face professional consequences for their speech, then it applies here too. Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, they shouldn't have been arguing this, but now that they have been arguing this, they have to hold up to this. And if they don't, then they were lying. You know what I mean? It's a contradiction. So yeah. Policing and community safety. Oh, this is my big one. I'm more science-based than philosophy, but it's a cool idea. My dear boy, buff guy. Science and philosophy are not as far removed as you might think. They are not as far removed as you, but you definitely should look at, in fact, I think, because again, I too, for much of my life was a hyper-rationalist and materialist. Only that which can be proven. But yeah, if you explore the philosophy of that, you realize there are limits even to this. So yeah, definitely do it. I would love to see your takes on this stuff. Progressive activists have argued that increased police presence in marginalized communities causes more harm than good. Okay. Some have advocating defunding police departments and redirecting resources to community services. Okay. Rigorous research has now demonstrated that increased, well-trained police presence in high-crime areas significantly reduces violent crime. Who'd have thought? And that the effect disproportionately saves Black and minority ethnic lives. I buy that. Surveys show that residents of these communities overwhelmingly support more policing, not less. I buy that too. Should progressive concede that more police means more harm argument is not supported by the evidence? Yes, of course. Like, these questions don't even seem like questions to me. Like, I'm like, yeah, of course. The evidence says it's a lie. You thought a thing. You ran the experiment. Turns out you were wrong. Should you concede that you were wrong? Yeah. Yeah. Is that not human history? Fun stuff to think about, Chad. You always do philosophy streams? No, it's a new thing. It might become a more common thing. Science stems from testing ideas, which are derived directly from philosophy, so they do go hand in hand. I'm more scientifically educated than I am philosophically. I think the good mind should have both. But you're correct. I was raised in the church, so I was very like Christian, and then I walked away from the church, kind of became a hard atheist, like a Dawkins atheist, called delusion atheist. Very much a materialist. And as I've gone older, I've sort of mellowed on my views somewhat. So I kind of have a bit of column A, bit of column B, so I can see both sides, all sides. But yeah, I do think that there are factors in the world that go beyond that which can be verified by testable, experimentation. But at the same time, you should cling to those beliefs lightly. Worth looking to scientism. I am not a fan of. Oh yeah, scientism, but that scientism is a criticism, right? Like the religions of science, right? Yeah, I've definitely looked into that. Like, people become like almost religiously devoted to science. I'm well, if the scientists have said this, therefore I'll do it, and they won't do the research themselves. Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, even Nietzsche was talking about this years ago, like hundreds of years ago. Well, not hundreds of years ago, a couple hundred years ago. Wait, how? Wait, when did Nietzsche die? Sub 9. Progressive economists, anti-poverty organizations, and democratic socialist campaigners, you've already lost me, have long argued that high levels of redistribution through taxation and transfers improves the condition of the worse off. I mean, that's clearly true, in the short term at least. Their case has not just been moral, but practical. Redistribution was said to reduce inequality without leaving society poorer overall. Long-run comparative evidence has now shown that beyond a certain threshold, aggressive redistribution reduces investment, entrepreneurship. Yeah, of course. Over time, this leaves even the lowest paid workers and unemployment materially worse off. I mean, yes, if you've studied history, you know this to be true. Should organizations that campaign for aggressive redistribution concede the point it helps the worst off in the long run is no longer supported? Yes, if empirical claims, I mean, it's the same question asked through different lenses. If the empirical claim is that the level of redistribution makes even the worse off better over the time, the evidence shows the opposite, yeah, it should be given up. Yeah. I love everything about socialism except for the fact that it doesn't work. I think, like, morally, I'm 100% in favor of socialism if it worked. Sounds great. It just doesn't work. That's my only objection to it. It just doesn't work. But yeah, of course, the idea of everyone being taken care of, who's opposed to that ethically? who's opposed to that ethically? I'm 100% in favor of it ethically. It just doesn't work. that's its biggest flaw. I love it ethically. He did with his God is Dead commentary. All right, cool. Yeah, exactly. God is dead commentary. Exactly. When Nietzsche said God is dead, he wasn't saying it as a good thing. It's like, God is dead, and now we have a problem. Because at least we had a belief system based on something. Now we run the risk of replacing it with something that is perhaps less fruitful to the human condition. And he wasn't wrong. Anyway, progressive academics have consistently argued that all observed differences in cognitive test performance between demographic groups are entirely explained by environmental factors. Oh boy. This position has underpinned arguments for equal outcome policies and against any research agenda investigating potential innate differences. A large, rigorous, conducted body of research has now established that modest but real average differences in cognitive profiles remains after all environmental have been exhausted controlled for. Should progressive organizations concede that the entirely environmental position is no longer tenable? Sure. Yes, the claim was specific. All differences are environmental. The evidence shows it's not true. No, the framing of the group differences intelligence is inseparable from the history of scientific racism. The responsible position is to interrogate why this question keeps being asked and who benefits, not to concede the framing. I emotionally understand this argument, but it's scientifically untrue. But you should ask the question why it keeps coming up. But yeah, sure. If the evidence says something different, then that's dumb. Why doesn't it work? Just ignorant on it. It doesn't work. There's a large number of reasons, and I'm not going to explain it well enough here. But off the top of my head, the reason it doesn't work is because I'll give you a couple of examples. Let's say that a doctor and a street sweeper would earn the same amount of money, right? What would you do? Or let's say that being unemployed earns you the same amount of money as going to work every day and sweeping the streets. What would you do? Even if you are virtuous enough to be a street sweeper, many people would choose not to work, right? So you kind of need the profit incentive to motivate people to do a bunch of things, right? In the absence of the profit incentive, what you end up having is like, well, the state needs someone to sweep the streets, so now I'm just going to make you do it, like by force. Right. So the thing is, a certain amount of compulsion is required in any society. But at least with, let's say, capitalism, not that it's perfect. Oh, you know what? You've already said enough. Okay, cool. Never mind. Okay, cool. That shit would never work. Well, there you go. Exactly. Okay, cool. You understand. Yeah. Religious groups have campaigned against progressive sex education. Religious groups have campaigned against progressive sex education in schools, particularly content covering sexual orientation, gender identity, and consent, arguing that it's age inappropriate and that it exposes children to material that could harm them psychologically. Comprehensive research has now conclusively demonstrated that such education produces significantly better outcomes on every measure: lower teen pregnancy, lower STI transmission, and so on. Crucially, it shows no effect whatsoever on children's sexual orientation or gender identity. Should these groups concede that their child welfare arguments against comprehensive sex are no longer supported? This is interesting. Thank you. I see. Morley sounds good. Thank you. Yes, I see. Morley. Yeah, Morley sounds perfect. Man, sounds beautiful. Community destroys the entrepreneurial spirit. But it's not even just entrepreneurial. Just motivation. Like, why would I do it? I wouldn't. So then now all of a sudden the government has to come in with guns and make you do it because someone has to sweep the streets. Someone has to be in the army. Yes, their campaign was built on specific claims that the content would confuse children, influence their sexuality, or cause harm. No, the real issue is about who has the right to say. Okay, so this is the first time where I'm actually going to side with B. Because for me, the issues I would have with The issues I would have with the school teaching my kids about sex and gender identity is because I don't necessarily know that the state has the model that I would want. So I don't think that the state has the right to teach my kids that. So I would actually be with point B on this. It's not really about the STIs and stuff like that. It's about no. I think the current state's attitude to sex is incorrect. So I don't want the state telling my kids how they should conduct themselves in matters of sex and sexual relations. So yeah, I side with B on this one. This is the first time I think I'm siding with B. Okay, male, United Kingdom, old man, postgrad, Christian, the I don't know what this means. The concessionist. Concessionist? When a public argument fails, you think you should simply be given up. You apply that standard symmetrically, which makes you consistent, though sometimes less willing than others to let deeper version of an argument survive. No, I just think the argument should be the argument. Okay, so what are the arguments? The philosopher, you hold your own side to the same standards you hold your opponent. Your reasoning doesn't shift to accommodate your politics, even when the evidence is uncomfortable. Okay. Concessionist, when a public argument fails, you think you should simply be given up. You apply the standard symmetrically, which makes you consistent, though sometimes less willing than others to let a deeper version of the argument survive. Sure. Your pattern is mixed. In some cases, you concede readily. In others, you reconstruct a deeper case. Right. Okay. Inquiry score. Okay. Cool. Global distribution. Most people are concessionists. No one is a true philosopher. No one's a philosopher king. Okay, cool. There are more male concessionists than female concessionists. Interesting. What about by age? Oh, interesting. That's so millennials are concessionists. We're pretty consistent. And then interesting. By country. Rest of the world. United Kingdom has fewer concessionists. Interesting. Who has the most concessionists? Australia by education. Postgrads are more concessionist. Atheists are the most concessionist. Christianity are the least concessionist, along with the Buddhists. Interesting. Further discussion. This experiment is designed to show whether your standards remain stable when pressure falls on your own side rather than your opponent's. Yeah, I'm consistent. I pride myself on being philosophically consistent. If you want the philosophical background, the next page walks you through. This is a lot. Okay, we're reading it. We're reading from here. The inquiry activism distinction. The philosopher Charles Something argued that genuine inquiry requires a willingness to follow evidence wherever it leads, even into uncomfortable territory. This is true. This is harder than it sounds, though. When evidence threatens a belief we hold to for political or moral reasons, we face a choice: accept the evidence or revise our position, or find a reason why the evidence now no longer applies. Both moves can be intellectually legitimate. Sometimes the evidence generally doesn't settle the question, and there are deeper arguments that survive the immediate challenge. The diagnostic question is whether you apply the same standards to both sides. Do you demand concessions from your opponents that you wouldn't make for yourself? The inquiry score is a blend of two things. How willing are you to concede when a challenge genuinely costly for your own side, and how willing are you to allow the other side may still have a deeper case when it would be easy to press for total concession? The first counts for more because costly self-correction is the harder intellectual move. Agreed. The problem of motivated reasoning. Decades of research in cognitive psychology has established that motivated reasoning is pervasive. People evaluate evidence differently depending on whether it supports or threatens their prior beliefs. We know this. This isn't a matter of intelligence. Clever people are often better at finding reasons to dismiss an inconvenient evidence. This is very true. This right here is the most important thing I've read so far. This shit right here. This isn't a matter of intelligence. Clever people are often better at finding reasons to dismiss inconvenient evidence. The scenarios in this experiment were designed to create symmetrical challenges for each issue that tests one's political orientation. There is a corresponding issue that tests the other. The key question is not whether you concede or pivot on any intellectual scenario, but whether you do so consistently across the political divide. what the partisanship score measures. Your partisanship score captures both the gap between how you respond when the evidence challenges your own sides versus the other side, and how close that pattern comes to a full partisan split for someone with your political profile. A score of 0 means perfect consistency. A high score means your reasoning shifted depending on whose ox was being gored, and it did so strongly in directional way. Okay, so you don't want a high score, you want a low score. What was my score again? What was my score? Bro, I'm a philosopher king, bro. I'm actually a philosopher king, bro. I'm actually a philosopher king. I hold my side accountable. I'm actually a philosopher king, Loki. I'm actually the philosopher king. I'm what they were talking about. 100%. I'm consistent. Even if you agree with me or not, I'm intellectually consistent. Sorry, I had to gloat. That also means, okay, not the same as intellectual virtue. All right, fair enough. Let me read. That also means low partnership is not the same thing as intellectual virtue. All right, fine. It may reflect admirable consistency, but it may also mean that you apply the same rigid standards to everybody, or that you simply do not have a stable political side to protect in the first place. All right, fair enough. The score is about directional bias, not about whether your overall style of reasoning is good. All right, fair. It's worth noting that consistently alone doesn't make you right. Sure. Someone who always pivots, never conceding any ground, is consistent, but may be dogmatic. Someone who always concedes is consistent, but may be overly credulous. The philosopher pattern, conceding when the challenge is costly and pivoting when it's comfortable, reflects a specific individual intellectual virtue. The willingness to take evidence seriously precisely when it hurts, but a consistent concessionist pattern is still important, different from partnership, because the same demanding standard is being applied to both sides. The cancel culture peer. The two cancel culture scenarios deserve special mention here. They present structurally identical situations, someone facing social consequences for expressing political views, but on the opposite side of the political spectrum. If you gave different answers to these two scenarios, it suggests that your position on cancel culture may be less about principle and more about what side is being silenced. This is so true. There's a lot of people on the right who are like, I hate cancel culture, but the second it becomes convenient to do it on their side, they'll do it. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's 100% true. This is not necessarily a moral failing. You might have principled reasons for treating the cases differently, but it's worth examining those reasons carefully to see whether they could survive the political valiance when were reversed. A philosophical caveat. This experiment assumes the evidence should be treated symmetrically regardless of political context. Not everyone accepts this. Some philosophical traditions, particularly certain strands of critical theory and standpoint epistemology, argue that political context is epistemically relevant, that evidence means different things depending on the existing power structures. If you hold this view consistently, you might score as a reconstructionist without being intellectually dishonest. I disagree. I think you're giving them way too much concession here, but the experiment can identify the pattern. It cannot, by itself, determine whether the pattern reflects motivated reasoning or principled commitment to reconstructing the strongest version of an argument. That distinction is something only you can make, and it requires a kind of honest self-examination that philosophy has always demanded. Good shit. Damn. All right. Is the game show starting? Game first? All right. Mike Hollow's here. Hold on. Summer Game Fest 2026. Jeff Keighley. When does it start? When's it meant to start? Is it starting in an hour? Alright, we got time. Alright, cool. In 40 minutes or so? Alright, bet. Alright, y'all think we got time for another one? Finish this round. But yeah, I'm Aristotle. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm Aristotle. I'm basically Aristotle, guys. I honestly love that segment. It's fun, man. Philosophy is important. I think philosophy is great. Should you kill the fat man? Do you want this one? Should you kill the fat man? Socrates. I'm your boy. It's your boy, Socrates. Tit for tat. Should we kill the fat man? Aristotle, whatever. Yeah, Aristotle, am I right? We did this one. Did we do this one? I don't know if we did. We did this one. We did this one. We did this one. We did this one. So you've done all the bottom row. So I guess the top row. Politics makes my head hurt. I mean, it's worth thinking about. If you're Aristotle, who is Tekken's Diogenes? I don't want to be Tekken's Aristotle now. Who do I want to be? I want to be Tekken's David Hume. If you know, you know. I want to be Tekken's David Hume. Or maybe Tekken's Camus. I'm Tekken's Camus. Call me Tekken's Camus, bro. Bertrand Russell. I don't know. Bertrand Russell's aight. I don't know. It's aight. 5 short cases about promises, dependence, and walking away. We'll do the 5-minute one, and then I assume we'll have time. Wasn't that tit for tata? There you go. This activity is a treatment for some issues thrown up by the thought experiment called the trolley problem, which was first outlined by philosopher Philippa Foot and then developed by Judith Jarvis Thompson and others. But before we start properly, we need to ask your preliminary questions so we get a sense of the way you think about morality. There are no right or wrong answers. Just select the option that most corresponds to your view. All right. Torture as a matter of principle is always morally wrong. Am I hopping on a call with Mike? I'll probably do my own thing. I might actually. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. Torture is a matter of principle is always morally wrong. If you want to understand the philosophy of our time, study esotericism? Esotericism? I don't know about that. Into the ether, bruv. Into the ether, bruv. I don't know about that. Sounds a little bit too new age for me, but I'll give it a look. Hop on and walk him down intellectually. Torture is as a matter of principle, is always morally wrong, chat. Always, though? Always? I always feel uncomfortable when someone says always. Because if I can think of one instance where it's okay, all of a sudden you've shot yourself in the foot. Always harness your Quan, chat. Here's a question, chat. Here's an honest question, chat. Honest question. And I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I don't know why more people don't think about this. Are you ready? Are you ready for this question? Are you ready for this? Is torture worse than the death penalty? Honest question, chat. Is torture morally worse than the death penalty? I think so. Play Smithy. Yes, from Shinathina. Death is overrated. I don't know, man. I don't know. Torture is worse, yes. To me, it seems... I don't... Let's get one thing clear. I don't want either, right? I don't know that, like, yeah, you did something so horrible when it kill you. And then people will be like, yeah, that's fine. But then, no, we're going to torture you. We're going to put you on the rack or whatever. Like, oh, that's grotesque. I'm like, but you'll kill a man? Enough trauma can make you beg for death? Yeah, sure. I get that. Torture is worse. Some aspect of the death penalty are quick. I hear it. But is that the defining... how you doing, L-Dubs? I've seen you on YouTube before. Is that the defining quality? That it's less painful? For me, I'm in the minority here. I actually think death is worse than torture. I don't want either. I'm not advocating for one. But I don't understand how the people can be like, I'm okay with the death penalty, but torture is like, oh, it's grotesque. I'm like, what? 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 I mean, it depends on the method of death, but also depends on the method of torture, surely. But we're just looking at these broad categories. It just seems wild to me, that's all. Because I know a lot of people, including me, that we can countenance the death penalty. We can be like, yeah, sure. There are some kinds so heinous that, yeah, the death penalty is fine. But those same people will be like, oh, torture's too much. I'm like, but surely the rationale behind the death penalty is the same as behind torture. The only difference is that, like, in fact, you could argue that torture is more forgiving because it has the path for redemption in a way that death doesn't. And it still satisfies that eye for eye need in, I don't know. This is actually one of those views where I'm often in the minority. I don't want to sound like a monster, like I'm advocating for torture. It just seems like intellectually, I've never understood how many people are just, or maybe emotionally, I should say. People are like, death, okay, fine. But torture, evil. I'm like, I don't know, chat. I don't know. I'm like, if one is evil, they're both evil. And if one is permissible, they're both permissible. And if only one was permissible, I would almost argue the torture is more permissible. Death penalty, so we don't have to worry about the League of Villains breaking out of Arkham Asylum. Okay, I hear it. I think death penalty rationale, removing him from society permanently with no path to redemption. Right. So is that more noble than being like, no. Punishments exist as incentives. Punishments exist as incentives to keep the tribe honest. I'm with you. They are somewhat close, though. I hear it. Interesting, but isn't torture malicious? Doesn't it have moral reason behind it? It doesn't have to. Same with killing people. People who advocate for the death penalty often aren't doing it maliciously. They have a clear, concrete societal thing. We're trying to eliminate someone from society, or we are using the fear of death as an incentive to not commit the crime. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's numerous ways you can arrive at justifying the death penalty. My point is this: I just don't understand why, for a lot of people, the death penalty is permissible and torture is not. That inconsistency I don't get. Is having your sense of limbs removed worse than death in your view? Having your senses and limbs removed worse in your view? Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Yeah, I think that could be crazy. But now we're getting into shades of it, right? If I remove an arm, is that worse than death? And then what are you saying about disabled people? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Like, it gets messy, right? These are the thoughts, bro. These are the thoughts. These are the thoughts. We gotta be having these thoughts. These thoughts. But yeah, I'm gonna say something very controversial, chat. I think torture isn't necessarily always wrong, although I wouldn't want to do it. Torture is inherently immoral. Torture is inherently immoral. Is the death penalty inherently immoral? Is the death penalty inherently immoral? Honest question. Why? Wow. Oh, hold on. My issue with the death penalty is the rate at which wrongful convictions happen. Yeah, but that's just assuming the ones you know about. Torture can lead to stunted life, which in my opinion is worse than death. Sure, but imprisonment can lead to a stunted life. I don't know. I don't know that imprisoning someone is good for one's life prospects. That doesn't stop us from doing it to people who we've deemed as worthy of having it happen to them, right? In what case is it right, though? It's a good point. Let me go back. I think I'm just being stumped with, I'm being stumped with always, but I can't think of one. So you're right. Let's say yes. But this word tripped me up. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. The morality of an action is determined by whether, compared to other available action, it maximizes the sum total of happiness of all people affected by it. Okay, I'll read that one more time. The morality of an action is determined by whether, compared to other available options, it maximizes the sum total of happiness of all people affected by it. I don't think that's true. That's I don't buy this argument. This is what's it called? What's the name of that philosophy? Utilitarianism. Yeah, I don't buy with that. So yeah, I don't buy it. It is always and everywhere. Again, you're already losing me with always and everywhere. I'm almost certainly going to say no to whatever the fuck comes next. It is always and everywhere wrong to cause another person's death, assuming they wish to stay alive, if this outcome is avoidable. Ooh. It is always and everywhere. I mean, no. It is always and everywhere wrong. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. If another outcome is avoidable. Sure. One time where always what kind of. If it's avoid, because I was thinking about self-defense, but I'm like, okay, but if I can defend myself without killing you, then I probably should do that. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's only if there's no alternative. So actually, probably, yeah. If there is no alternative, I might say yes to this. Because of, yeah, exactly. Because of the avoidable part. Yeah, because of the avoidable. If it's avoidable, if there's another option, sure. But then again, is there not a cost? Because if the avoidable option costs too much, you might not. I don't know. I'm going to say yes, but I feel like I can already see myself walking into a contradiction. If you can save the lives of innocent people without reducing the sum total of human happiness and without putting your own life at risk, you are morally obligated to do so. This seems too broad. If you can save the lives of innocent people without reducing the sum total happiness, again, how are you calculating the sum total happiness? How? What supercomputer are you? If you can save the lives of innocent people without reducing the sum total human happiness and without putting your own life, yeah, this seems to be reducing the human condition to mass, and I'm not a fan of it. I don't think that's correct. Torture. So 60% of people said always. Cause death. No. I'm not obliged. Oh, so most people said obliged. Okay, so. Okay, I might not be Aristotle, guys. I might actually be the devil. The trolley problem. You have now been presented with 4 different scenarios. Test your moral intuitions against the answers you gave in your first 4 questions. All right, say less. Runaway train, the classics. The brake of a train that Casey Jones is driving has failed. There are 5 people on the track ahead of you. The train. There is no way they can get off the track before the train hits them. The track has a siding leading off to the right, and Casey can hit the button to direct the train onto it. Unfortunately, there's one person stuck on the siding. Casey can turn the train, killing 1 person, or he can allow the train to continue onwards, killing 5 people. Should he turn the train, 1 dead, or should he allow the train to keep going? Allow train to keep going? Kill 5 people? Kill 5 people? This is a sick question. It's a classic question. It's a sick question. It's 5 and 1. I've thought about this a lot. I mean, you should. It's a classic philosophical question. One of my favorites. And even though I've thought about it a lot, I'm still stumped. Because, like, I have to live with the consequences. Like, okay, on one hand, I could say that, well, I didn't touch it, so it's not me. It's not me, Gov. I didn't do nothing. But at the same time, I let those 5 people die. I could have done it, but then I would have killed the 1 person. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't think there is a. I don't know, chat. I think I probably pulled it. I probably pull it. Chat, I'll probably pull it. Flip a coin? Yeah. No, I probably pull it, chat. I probably do. I probably do turn the train. Yeah, I think it probably is an action. I think I probably pull the trigger, and I feel like shit about it. Yeah, exactly. There's no winning here. I think I pull the trigger and I feel like shit about it. Yeah, I think I do turn the train. Fat man on the bridge. Interesting. You state that Casey Jones should divert the train, yet this will cause the death of the person trapped on the railway siding. This seems to be inconsistent with your belief that it is always wrong to cause another person's death. If it's avoidable. Yeah, it's true. That is a contradiction. That is somewhat perplexing that you responded this way, since you do not believe that the course of action is necessitated by any general moral requirement to maximize happiness of the greatest number of people. More of that later, though. For now, let's see how to make the scenario below. It's true, bro. It's true. Marty Bakerman is on the footbridge above the train tracks. He can see that the train approaching the bridge is out of control and that it is going to hit 5 people who are stuck on the track just past the bridge. The only way to stop the train is to drop a heavy weight in its path. The only available heavy enough weight is a very fat man who is also watching the train from the footbridge. Marty can push the fat man onto the track, into the path of the train, which will kill him but save 5 people already on the track. Or he can allow the train to continue on its way, which will mean that 5 will die. The real question is, y'all, what would you do if you had the opportunity for growth? That would be me throwing everyone full. Push the fat man. I take back what I said. I'm not Aristotle. I'm super inconsistent because I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not pushing the fat man. I'm actually not pushing the fat man, even though it's the same thing as putting the lever. I'm not doing it. I wouldn't do it. The Joker wrote this. I mean, no, it's a classic philosophical question. It's about morality, bro. I'm not pushing the fat man, bro. I'm actually not. And now it's going to be like, your response is, oh, it is consistent? This time your response is consistent with your belief that morality is not a matter of maximizing happiness of great people. Moreover, previous research has indicated that most people agree with you. The fat man should not be thrown off the bridge. Have a look at the scenario below. It'll be interesting to see whether you maintain your newfound consistency. All right, fair enough. I thought he was going to cook me because I'm like, but I thought you were going to pull the lever. Okay. So this scenario is identical to the preceding scenario, but with one crucial difference. This time, Marty Bakerman knows with absolute certainty that the fat man on the bridge is responsible for the failure of the train's brakes. Upset by the train fare increases, he sabotaged the brakes with intention of causing an accident. As before, the only way to stop the train to save life is to push the fat man, Fat Chapateur, off the train. Okay. So I think most people are utilitarian at heart. I don't think so, blue man vision. I think most people think they're utilitarian until they have to make a utilitarian decision that they don't like. I have a feeling that you're like me, pro deontological Kantian ethics. I consider myself more of a, I guess so. I guess Kantian, because I consider myself a virtue ethicist, which I guess is closer to Kant. Emmanuel. I think Emmanuel's a little bit too rigid for me, but yeah, I do think about, I think virtues, it's not necessarily just about outcomes, but at the same time, I don't dismiss outcomes. You know, if the axe murderer comes to my house asking, hey, does your friend live here? And I know he wants to kill him, I will lie to him, even if lying is morally bad. Like, I think Kant's crazy to be like, no, don't tell him lies, because lies are bad. I'm like, shut up, Kant, I'm not here. If you know, you know. Let's see. Okay, so this scenario is identical to the preceding scenario. Yeah, I'm pushing the fat saboteur onto the track. I'm pushing him. It was your fault. You're responsible. I've never heard this extension to it before. There's plenty of extensions. Fat man and the ticking bomb. Okay. Many people would agree with you that it is right to throw the saboteur off the bridge in order to save the lives of the 5 innocent people on the track. It's worth noting that there is no contradiction between this view and your previous response that it would be wrong to throw an innocent fat man in front of the train. It seems likely that thought about culpability enters into the moral calculus and explains the difference here. It is possible that similar thoughts about culpability will be part of how you think about the scenario below. I'm on the same way. I will lie to the ex-murderer. Kant was kind of loony with that. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I see where he's coming from. It's very consistent, but I'm like, consistent to the point of idiocy. Okay, the fat man, having avoided being thrown in front of the runaway train, has been arrested and is now in police custody. He states that he has hidden a nuclear device in a major urban city, which has been primed to explode in 24 hours' time. The following things are true. 1. The bomb will explode in 24 hours' time. 2. It will kill a man. It will kill 1 million people if it explodes. 3. If bomb disposal experts get to the bomb before it explodes, there's a chance it could be defused. 4. The fat man cannot be tricked into revealing the location of the bomb, nor is it possible to appeal to his better nature, nor is it possible to persuade him that he was wrong to plant the bomb in the first place. 5. If the fat man is tortured, there is estimated to be a 75% chance that he will give up the bomb's location. 6. If the fat man does not reveal the location, the bomb will explode and 1 million people will die. There is no other way of finding out where the bomb is located. Should the fat man be tortured in the hope that he will reveal the location of the nuclear device? Sheesh! Sheesh! Chat, that's a lot. That's a lot, chat. That's a lot. That's a lot, chat. Chat, that's a lot. That's a lot, chat. I'ma keep it a buck. I'ma keep it a buck. I'ma keep it a buck. I'ma give it a buck. I'm torturing him. And I know that contradicts my first answer. See, this is what I should have listened to you. I should have told you. I shouldn't fucking let you talk me out of it. Yes, I'm torturing him. And you are too, Mr. Oh, torture's never acceptable. You would torture him, bro. 25% chance of failure. Yeah, versus 100% chance of failure. It's a nuke, bro. 1 million people? I shouldn't have let you niggas talk me out of it, bro. My instincts were correct. I am Aristotle. I should have. I'm weak. I'm a weak Aristotle, bro. I shouldn't have let you lesser mortals talk me out of it. I knew there'd be like extreme examples where, yeah, sure. I'm taking first shift, bro. I shouldn't have let you motherfuckers talk me out of it, bro. Yeah, 100% I'm torturing him. And they're going to be like, I got you. Your response that the fat man should be tortured is in direct contradiction with your earlier claim that torture, as a matter of principle, is always wrong. I know! Chat, I know! However, it does make sense in terms of some other responses you've given, in particular to one, you responded the right to end the life of one person to save the lives of other greater number of people. It would be strange then if you did not think it might be sometimes right to torture a person. Yeah. Nah, you got me. Fuck. I'm glad I didn't fold. That's tough. Yeah, I folded. This is why you shouldn't let other men define your philosophy, chat. Important lesson. You're a dictator parading as Aristotle. 100%. Torturing shall continue until morale improves. 100%. The quiz cooking you. The quiz looking at me sideways like, I thought you said torture was bad. I'm like, yeah, you right. Damn. I'm a hypocrite. Don't let other men tell you nothing. You gotta, philosophy is between you and yourself. I'm slightly more consistent than the average man. I'd be way more if I didn't listen to you. Only slightly more. 83% of people turned it. Most people didn't. Most people killed. Yeah, so my answers were, my trolley questions, is it because he's fat? Lol. A piece of bigotry. 3 years ago, just before Shall You Kill the Fat Man went live, we mentioned its existence on a professional philosophy mailing list in the hopes of getting some useful feedback, etc. In amongst responses was this little missive. I have to say I find this experiment offensive, and always have. There's absolutely no reason in the logic of the experiment that the person sacrificed should be a fat man or a very fat man. This is a clear subtext that killing a fat man is somehow different from killing a man. No, his fatness is pertinent to stopping the thing. I'm glad to see that there are some versions of the experiments that recently removed this piece of bigotry. I just recently saw one that simply a person was suggested to be sacrificed, but the perception of this gruesome story is that it is obviously bigoted anti-fat form is regrettable. The fact that Prof. Foot may have invented it, the form is hardly an excuse. There are a number of things to say about this. First, it could simply be a person, because it can't simply be a person, because that immediately raises the possibility of self-sacrifice. Yeah, true. Why not throw yourself off the bridge rather than push somebody else off? True. Second, Judith Jarvis Thomas, not Philippa Foot, originated the fat man variation of the trolley problem. Third, there is no clear subtext that killing a fat man is somehow different from killing a man, not least that it's relevant that the mere fat man variation is intended to provoke the intuition that throwing him off the bridge is not morally permissible. The evidence. Having said all that, the fatness of the fat man is a possible confounding variable. In other words, if somebody is anti-fat, then this might be a factor in how they respond to the fat man scenario. So what does the evidence show? Although we're not able to say with any degree of certainty, because Should It Kill a Fat Man was not designed to shed light on this issue, there are a couple pieces of data that suggest that if the fatness of the fat man in the confounding variable doesn't have a very big effect. The first is the fact that people's responses to the fat man scenario tend to be consistent with the way they answered earlier questions to the meta-ethical views. For example, the first chart below should show that utilitarians are much more likely to throw the fat man off the bridge than non-utilitarians, presumably because they think that it is required by utilitarian beliefs. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm torturing. I'm not ashamed. Okay, 15 more minutes. We probably don't have time for another one, but fuck it. These are fun. What is tit for tat? 8 escalating scenario tests where you draw the line between self-defense and preventative violence. Oh boy. We'll save that. We'll do that tomorrow. Chat. Non-utilitarian gang rise up. Yeah, utilitarian's kind of flawed. Utilitarian makes sense on paper. Doesn't make sense in reality. I'm all about virtue ethics, son. Virtue ethics. Should he kill the backpacker? There's lots of these. Prevent a singer and the drowning child. Peter Singer and the drowning child. All right, this is a 5-minute one. Okay, we'll do a quick one. You're doing this so you can prepare one messed up D&D session for me, right, Chad? That's it. This is a bit. You want to know why I'm a good DM? It's because I come up with fucking dilemmas all day. I'm gonna split the horn. By the way, Chad, I found a site that who's your main test. Shit. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I'm not gonna do who's your main, but I am gonna do guess the rank. Guess the rank. All right, let's detox before fucking the game show. Let's detox. That's deep. Why is it not showing me? Is the website down? No! I was playing it last night. Shit's fun. No! Why is it not letting me in, bro? Let me in! Is it down for like maintenance or something? Probably down for maintenance. Alright, cool. We'll do it next time. Guess the rank was fun. US ranks are fucking wild, bro. I be seeing some shit. America, I'm like, oh yeah, this was like proper rank. It'd be fucking GOD. I'm like, hey, what happened? And you be calling us the free you. Y'all motherfuckers are crazy. Yeah, damn. America, fuck yeah. Your ranks are crazy, 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 crazy. Oh man! All right, 15 more minutes. All right, we'll do one more, chat. We'll do one more. This activity looks at some of the issues raised by 2 articles written by philosopher Peter Singer. The first, the seminal Famine, Affluence, and Morality. The second, somewhat shorter, called The Drowning Child and the Expanding Circle. It's probably best if you read these articles after rather than before you undertake this activity. It is necessary to make a couple things clear before we get going. The first is that if you're a moral nihilist, i.e. if you think there is no such thing as right or wrong, then this activity probably isn't for you. Try out one of our logical exercises instead, such as elementary, my dear Watson. The second has to do with the nature of scenarios you're going to be asked about. These are variations on a single baseline scenario, which was introduced by Professor Singer. The important point is that you should treat each variation on its own terms. In particular, the changes introduced in a particular variation don't carry over to the next. All variations are modifications on an original baseline scenario. Okay, let's get ready. The Drowning Child. Your route to work takes you past a shallow pond. One morning, you notice that the small child has fallen in and appears to be in difficulty in the water. The child is crying in distress and it seems is at risk of drowning. You are tall and strong, so you can easily wade in and pull the child out. However, although you'll come to no physical harm if you rescue the child, you'll get your clothes wet and muddy, which means you'll have to go home to change and likely be late for work. In this situation, do you have a moral obligation to rescue the child? Hell no! That child's on his own. Ain't that right, Jerry? Fuck them kids. Of course you got it. Of course you got it. Come on, man. Who's saying no? Who's saying no to this? How dare you to come up and say no? Of course you're saving the child. Come on, man. Other people aren't helping. Good. It seems as if that might be the right. We saving the kid? What the fuck? I agree with you. How you doing, Dev? It's been like a week. I hope you're well. Good. Good. That seems as if it must be the right answer. Peter Singer has stated that his students, when asked about this scenario, unanimously responded that they have a moral obligation to save the child. Okay. Now, suppose that there are other people walking past who would equally be able to rescue the child, but are not doing so. Does the fact that they are not doing what ought to be done mean that that you are no longer obligated to save the child? Yeah, right, Dev. I agree. I don't know that I'm obligated, but I would. Makes no difference. I still have a moral obligation to save the child. Oh man, I can feel myself being pulled into a trap, bro. I've done enough philosophy. I've read enough philosophy to know that I'm being pulled into a trap. It makes no difference. Yeah, of course. All right, cool. A degree of uncertainty. Good. This response. I have to go home. I ain't saving these kids. 100%. I'll be late for work. Oh shit, the onlooker effect? It makes no difference. Yeah. Good. That response shows you're a clearly sensible type. Okay. You set me up for a trap. Let's recap what's going on here. You've come across a small child who has gotten into difficulty in a shallow pond, is crying in distress, and possibly at risk of drowning. You have accepted that you have a moral obligation to rescue a child, even though doing so will muddy your clothes. The issue we're now looking at is whether your obligation might be cancelled in particular circumstances. A degree of uncertainty. Let's imagine that there is some uncertainty attached to the situation. You know you're not going to come to any harm if you attempt to rescue, but you can't be sure that your efforts will make a difference into how things turn out. This is partially for the counterfactual reason that if you don't interview, then it's possible that someone else might do it, thereby bringing the same result, i.e. rescue a child from the pond. And it is partially because it is possible that by the time you reach the child, it will already be too late. It is important to be clear about the precise situation here. You have good reason to suppose that your intervention will bring about a better outcome than would otherwise be the case, but you can't be sure about that. The question is, does this element of uncertainty mean that you're no longer obliged to go ahead with the rescue attempt? I'm still morally obligated to attempt the rescue. Again, but I don't like this word morally obligated. I don't think I'm morally obligated. Obligated suggests that if I don't do it, I'm a bad person. I don't know that I'm morally obligated. I just would do it. But I guess personally, I would feel morally obligated. Yeah, sure. Like I would feel that I failed my moral duties. Yeah, I think I would be an invirtuous person to not try. The old bike, right? It seems as though it's got to be a correct answer. If you're morally obligated to help a child, it would be very odd to think that this is superior just because you can't be absolutely certain about a particular intervention will be beneficial, particularly if you have a good reason to think it actually will be beneficial, the old bike. Now consider another variation of the basic scenario. It so happens that you cycle to work and the pond is located in a park where you know a gang of bicycle thieves operate. Interesting. You don't have time to look up your bike, and you know that if you leave it, even briefly, to rescue the child, there's a good chance it'll be stolen. It's a battered old bike. It doesn't hold any particular sentimental value to you. You can easily replace it. Does the possibility your bike will be stolen while saving your child mean that you're no longer obliged to go ahead with the rescue? Again, notwithstanding the issue with the word obligation, it makes no difference. Good. This is surely the right... Stop saying this is surely the right choice. I know you're trapping me. This is surely the right choice. It's hard to think that a possession of the battered old bike could trump the little child's life in moral calculus. Now let's imagine that this is not the first time you've come across a child struggling in an expanse of water and seemingly at risk of drowning. In fact, only last week, on your way home from work, you heard cries as you passed a local reservoir, and then you investigated and you found a young boy had fallen in and was struggling to drag himself out. Happily, he was quite near the dry land, so you were able to reach into the water and pull him out, albeit you did ruin your work shirt in the process. Does the fact you saved a child's life last week mean you're not obligated to go ahead and rescue this one this week? Yes, I'm still obligated, motherfucker. Okay. God. Alright. Okay. Yep, that's got to be a morally sound response. The fact that you dirtied your work shirt rescuing some kid last week surely doesn't annul your obligation to help this week. Is having the kill kids? What, you're doing KPI? Okay, Jerome, without your intervention. Okay. We're now going to widen the focus a little to see whether it alters how you view the issue moral obligation as it applies. It's coming. 100% you can say it's coming. It's possible that you're not aware that in the United States, drowning is the second leading cause of unintentional injury and death for children aged 1 to 14. Does the fact that saving this particular child's life won't contribute towards saving the more general problem of water safety mean that you're not obligated to save the child at all? No, I still have a moral obligation. Matter of geography. Excellent. We reckon that response shows you got your head screwed on After all, if we are drowning, likely wouldn't be the best place in the world would be rescuers announce that they're going to bother pulling out the water because lots of other people were going to drown next year. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, fine. We have one final question based on the scenario. Would it make a difference if the child were far away in another country, perhaps, but similarly in danger of death and equally within your means to save at no great cost and absolutely no danger to yourself? Like if there was a button I could push? Okay. Have I understood this correctly? So if there's a way I could conveniently save a child, even though they were like on the other side of the planet, I mean, I kind of want to say it makes no difference. So I can still effortlessly save a child? Sure. Good. That's a pleasing response, especially if it takes into account the idea that we have greater moral obligations toward local to us, our fellow country people, for example, than those who are far away. Uncommon, albeit hard to justify. Okay, likely you'll be pleased to hear that you're virtually at the end now. We just want to ask one further question, but this time it isn't specifically to do with drowning children scenario. Here it is. Are you morally obliged to make a relatively small donation, perhaps to the value of a new shirt or a night out at a restaurant, to an overseas aid agency such as Oxfam within the next few days? And even if you have previously made such a donation, perhaps even recently. Oh boy. I knew the trap was coming. Here it is. Are you morally obligated to make a donation, assuming that I know for certain that Oxfam will help the person? Sure. No? Why not? Why not, bro? Why not? Why not? It's good, but it's not an obligation. I hear it. Yeah, I'm tempted to say no, but I need to know why. Why am I tempted to say no? Why is it different? This is a false equivalent. Why is it a false equivalent? Why is it a false equivalent? I'm tempted to say no, but why is it a false equivalent? Because it's the money you worked for, so you should spend it how you see fit. Yeah, but what about my work shirt? What about my bike, Brit Bruv? We didn't say that when it was about the bike going missing. Of course, Jerry's anti-donation. Those are depending on how much money you have. We're talking about the immediate danger of life versus the possibility of making a life better. True. Because those of us have their hand in other places. True. Okay, good. Ooh, can I get him? Analysis overview. Everyone said obliged for the first one. Drowning child, moral principles. Oh, I can't afford to read it. I've read too much. Sorry. I've read the end of my. Hold on. Single argues the principle itself is uncontroversial. Very large implications, particularly in terms of proximity and nearness. It follows that if we accept this principle, there is a moral obligation to make at least a small donation to an overseas aid agency, because by doing so, we can save the lives of people who would otherwise die at only a very small cost to ourselves. This activity starts from the assumption that the argument has prima facie plausibility. If you agree that there is an obligation to rescue a child, then it appears that the principle that seemingly motivates this judgment also obliges you to make a comparable effort to save the lives of children and other people living thousands of miles away. In other words, it obliges you to make a charitable donation to do so immediately, because the effect of delaying will likely be that people will die who would not otherwise have to have died. However, there are various arguments that can be employed to push back against this notion that this principle can be universalized and or requires us to help people who live in faraway countries. So the activity introduces a number of variations and scenarios to see whether these arguments are available to you. In your case, an obligation imperative score 100 suggests that these pushback arguments are not available. Yeah, okay, fine. To find out more, look at these next page analysis. I don't know about the bike. So you're like, so hold on. So if there's a child drowning and you might lose your bike Because in order to save the child, you have to go for a place where there's lots of bike thieves, and you don't have time to tie off your bike. So you basically have to cycle in, jump off your bike, and save the child. But you might lose your bike. You're like, nah, fuck it, I ain't saving that child. My bike's important. We can't be certain I'll do any good. Yeah, this objection kind of gets destroyed by the second question, because there was no certainty that I would save the child. Waste and corruption. This is actually more important. This objection, which is related to previous objection, holds that the problem with overseas aid is that much of it is swallowed up in waste and sometimes even corruption, meaning that only a small percentage of the particular donation will ever end up in the hands of those in need. This argument is empirically dubious. Reputable aid organizations are not particularly inefficient, but the issue we're interested in here is whether the argument even works in principles. We attempted to discern whether you are likely to stand on this issue by asking the following question. It so happens that you cycle to work and the pond is located in a park where you know a gang of bicycle thieves operate. We're not going to read it again. You responded that this possibility made no difference. You are still obligated to go ahead with the rescue. It seems then that you do not think the mere fact that underserving people might benefit as a result of an action that would otherwise obligatory is enough to cancel its obligatory character. It follows that you have good reason to suppose that at least some part of any donation you make to an overseas aid organization will end up helping those in desperate need. Then you can't argue without pain of inconsistency that the possibility that some significant portion of your donation will get swallowed up by corruption and the like. If indeed it were true, cancels your obligation. Fair. Fair. Yeah, it's just a different game. It's a very good point. It's a very good point. I expect to see all of you making donations immediately. Immediately. But we can worry about that after Summer Game Fest. And they supposed to fuck out of me? Nah, that's why I like it, man. Psychological. Honestly, reading psychology, there is no one who reads psychology who doesn't get exposed. No one.
Creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Yes, you guys are prepped and ready. It's a good one, don't worry. All right, hello everybody, and welcome
Let's just take a
to
9.
Summer
Yeah,
Game
here's hoping.
Fest, gaming's biggest global showcase of what's next. You know, we started SGF back in 2020 because we didn't want to lose that magic moment every June when gamers around the world come together to hype ourselves about the future. New worlds, new stories, new characters, and yeah, maybe the return of some fan favorites too. This is our 7th and biggest SGF, and I have to say, guys, the magic is back. We have a great show for you today.
Need some
Over the
VF,
next
100%.
2 hours, we, alongside some of the world's most talented
Let's
game
get it.
developers, are
Like a
going to
damn
show
fiddle.
you why gaming's best days are right ahead of us. What I love about SGF is that we put platforms and rivalries aside. It doesn't matter where you play, everyone is welcome here today. And right now, everyone has a lot of games to play. As you can see behind me, in just the first 5 months of 2026, Steam saw a record-setting 9,265 new game releases, and that's up from 7,800 last year. There are now more games and more creators than at any point in the history of this great medium. Now, sure, a cynic might look at those numbers and think, how can anyone possibly break through with their game? But then, great medium. Now, sure, a cynic might look at those numbers and think,
What?
how can anyone possibly break through with their game? But then, you look closer. So far this year, 14 new games.
The sound has gone out of sync.
That tells you something
Okay, we're
important.
back.
Players, you guys are hungry for new experiences. You want originality, games at different price points. And when developers take bold, creative swings, Turns out you guys show up for them. Really great. So congratulations to all those games. Now, you know, some games, they become global blockbusters, but others actually find smaller, passionate communities that love them deeply. And today,
Any big announcements expected this time around? We're hoping to see the full Virtua Fighter 6 trailer, or Virtua Fighter Crossroads
makes
trailer.
this medium so exciting right now and makes SGF so rewarding, because this show helps drive discovery. I hope you find your next favorite game today. So get ready to get wish listing. Should we get on with the show?
Yes, motherfucker. Also, Virtua Fighter is on sale, so they're definitely showing today.
It's gonna be a fun ride. So
It's
let's
gonna
get
be,
started
man.
with our preview of what's ahead with our first announcement.
Let's hear it. Uncharted? Oh, graphically gorgeous. Hop into Kingdom Hearts 4? Ew. Damn, this is so expensive. Look at the graphics. This game is so expensive. Kill the hype? What are you talking about? It didn't kill the hype. I still want to see it. We didn't hear anything.
Oui? Qui est-ce?
Guess.
So, you're the American who called earlier. The sister of the man on the third floor. Ah, welcome to Paris. It's
She got
so
a- got a
nice to
sword?
meet you.
Does she have a sword?
It's freezing. Come in.
That's just
Come
a,
in.
that's a
I
cane.
don't want you to catch a cold. I hate to say it, but your brother is, well, quite odd. In we go.
Ugh, time skip.
Oh là là. Mais quelle pagaille. He's made such a mess again. Think, I just cleaned it up a week ago. It's like a boulder rolled through here. Huh? Ah, the delightful biscuit. I'm sure he won't notice if we help ourselves.
Tell me it's a horror game? Yeah, it feels like a horror game.
I'll bring some nice coffee to go with the biscuit.
I should probably watch with the delay because of this buffering shit. If it happens again, I'll watch with the delay. Old hug about to turn into a bull rogue? Yeah, maybe. It's really good though. I like the sense of tension it's building very naturally. Imagine it's Parasite Eve, bro. If it's Parasite Eve, forget about it. This is a Capcom game. Outlast? Ooh, Outlast. Oh, I hate these. I hate these. Oh, am I nervous? Don't open the door, bitch. Ah! Evil? Resident Evil? Rev?
Don't move. Claire Redfield.
Yeah, Resident Evil. Fuck. Call it Veronica. Okay. Oh, Veronica. Interesting. Damn. That's some good shit. New Resident Evil? Awesome. Yeah, this was high, but you can tell this was high budget as fuck. Our engine goes crazy? It do.
Capcom on a roll. What a way to kick off the show.
Capcom really are on a roll.
Resident Evil Veronica revisits a classic title from the Resident Evil universe, reimagining the experience for today's players. Thank you to Takeuchi-san and Capcom for that incredible news. Now, some surprise breaking news from one of the top independent game studios in the world.
Hello there, I'm Cuphead here at Studio MDHR headquarters. And today, we have a special announcement for all of you. We're happy to confirm that development has begun on a brand new
Resident Evil hater.
hand-animated Cuphead video game. Our talented team is hard at work on this ambitious project, which will take Cuphead and friends on a fresh, exciting adventure. It's still in early stages, but we look forward to revealing more when the time is right. Well, from all of us here at Studio MDHR, thank you for... I didn't know this was plugged in. Hello?
This is good. This is good.
Oh, indeed. Oh, you want me to tell them? Yes, I'll tell them. Yes, right now. Well, it seems I have one more surprise. A small team within our studio has been working in secret on something completely different. This new project is a love letter to the era that brought us into the world of video games. We have prepared a sneak peek, and I'd say... it's pretty radical. Over here? Ahem. Pretty radical.
Let's roll the clip.
I'm a sucker for good puppetry, I ain't gonna lie.
Now in development at Studio MDHR. It's Mighty Cuphead Adventure. A new fast-action platform shooter with arcade quality graphics and amazing sound. Mighty Cuphead Adventure.
Only from Studio MDHR.
Nice. I tell you, it's been forever. I don't really play platformers, but I hear it's a good one.
You know I love my puppets. That was great.
Yeah, I
There
love
you have
puppets.
it.
I'm a sucker for
Brand new
puppets.
Games from Studio MDHR up in Canada with Mighty Cuphead Adventure, a true 8-bit action platformer coming to consoles and PC, and then a brand new hand-animated Cuphead game has been confirmed too. Great news. All right. Well, now please join me in welcoming my co-host and partner in a new game discovery website called Looking for Game. It's Lucy James, everyone.
Lucy James!
Thanks, Jeff.
That is a great dress.
I'm thrilled to be back here at Summer Game Fest, and I'm excited to share in so many incredible announcements. Now, this next one is very special for me. It's a game we've all been waiting to see for a long time.
Twentieth Century Games. You think you will see anything about The Witcher 4? Kingdom Hearts 4? Fuck out of here. We don't want no Kingdom Hearts. Oh, it's another Aliens game. Witcher 4 is probably 3 years away. Yeah, but you can still see a trailer for it. Or a Cyberpunk extension. Chad, we do want Kingdom Hearts. You don't. Bitch, it's my channel. We don't. Hopkins City Dojo does not abide by fucking Kingdom Hearts 4. But I guess it'd be cool. I guess it'd be cool. For you losers. Alien Isolation 2? Yeah, Alien Isolation 2. Good shit. Alien Isolation, I don't play horror games, but from what I've seen, Alien Isolation was incredible. What's wrong with Kingdom Hearts, bro? Kingdom Hearts written so poorly. Chad, if no VF and no Tekken, are you still playing fighting games? Probably not.
And I'm Anna Sovikova, art director of Alien Isolation 2.
Look at these two.
The whole survival team at Creative Assembly, we're very excited to share our return to the survival horror genre. It's been 12 years since we released the first.
Yeah, 12 years.
And we're continuing what we started, creating an authentic new chapter which builds on that core isolation experience of escaping the terrifying, unkillable, relentless alien.
And this time, we're unleashing the alien on an unsuspecting colony world. From the claustrophobic confines of the colony itself to the exposed and storm-ravaged landscape surrounding it, Kurosaki Station is a new hunting ground for the ultimate apex predator. Players will face a desperate struggle to survive and escape, and we cannot wait to show you more in the future. Thanks.
That's it. Cool. I'm glad it exists.
Thanks so much, Anna and Al. Today, we are honored to have one of gaming's true visionaries here with us in the audience. For more than 2 decades, his work has reminded us that games can be emotional and deeply human. From Eco to Shadow of the Colossus to The Last Guardian,
shit, let's go.
he has left an unforgettable mark on this medium. Please join me in recognizing the legendary Fumito Ueda-san.
Woo! Ueda-san! Ueda-san.
And now, let's talk about his next game. A few years ago, we gave you an early glimpse at Ueda-san's next game, then known as Project Robot. Well, now, it's time to step deeper into the mysterious, unsettling, and epic world that marks Ueda's first game in a decade. Let's take a look.
I'm probably gonna buy this day one. I only see the trailer. He's not missed yet, so. What in the Wally? Everyone's YouTube is, yeah, but until they do, I'm in. Can I pre-order this? Actually, I should probably wait till I know what it's called. And is it going to be PlayStation exclusive? I hope not. Gen Atlas, let's go. PlayStation, Xbox, alright, cool. No exclusive, let's go.
Does that look incredible? Oh, all right. I cannot wait for Gen Atlas. Thank you.
It looks fine.
All right.
It looks fine. Like, he has not missed.
Blood Message is a cinematic single-player action-adventure game from NetEase. You are a messenger who embarks on a perilous eastward odyssey with your son, fighting against impossible odds.
Is it going to be another Chinese Souls-like? Respectfully? Respectfully? If it is, then respectfully, I can just skip this. Miss me with Chinese Souls likes, to be honest. I'm just not interested. Again, no shade. I hear they're good, but I don't like Western Souls likes. Chinese Souls likes don't do it for me. Okay, Chinese history.
我等之久。今日天枪大捷，以寡破众，陪对着当即首功。
If you speak, special credit gone, son. No, you're right. Okay. Okay.
好剑，又进进了。
该你了。
Chinese Uncharted?
阿爷，大人们说，只要和西归堂，你不打仗，也能守住我们的家。
I'm interested. I'm more interested in the Souls like just beating up like these weird demons and stuff. I'm like, no, Chinese war. Chinese feudal war, fascinating. But what is the actual gameplay? Yeah, it's fine. Chinese God of War? Alright, fine. Sure. Feudal Chinese God of War? I'll take it. Man got the balls for that? Sure. Feudal Chinese Last of Us? I'm not seeing zombies though. Is it zombies? But they're fighting people. Woo! It's a good shot. Good shot. Yeah, I'm seeing Chinese God of War. Alright, I'm interested. I'm interested. Chinese God of War. First hands-on preview begins tomorrow? Shit, alright, I'm in.
Now please welcome a game developer who is visiting the US for the first time in 2 decades. From RGG Studio, it's Masayoshi Yokoyama.
Alright. 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 RGG. Can we get a double back-to-back feature? Although I am interested in this, I ain't gonna lie.
こんにちは、横山です。本日はストレンジャーズ・ヘブンについて新しい発表が。
Stranger than
まずはこ
heaven.
ちらの映像をご覧ください。
Hello everyone, this is Yokoyama. Today, we have an exciting new update about Stranger Than Heaven. First, please take a look at this.
調べたぞお前らのこと海の向こうじゃアジア人ってんでのけ者にされて日本じゃ毛頭扱い俺は何人なんだって何度も思ったろ敵討ちかつまらねえことに人生使ってんだ大統領
I'm sorry with the soundtrack? Yes, I am.
俺の人生始まらねえんだ
What in the Tarantino is this trailer, bro? Tupac? Whoa!
Well, Yokoyama, we got a lot to talk about, but first of all, we have a release date.
本作の発売日は2027年4月15日となります。そして先ほどの
Okay, sure, 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 okay, sure, sure.
Stranger Than Heaven will be released on January 15th, 2027. As you may have noticed in the trailer, we revealed some interesting new cast members. To tell you more about that, I'd like to bring out a special guest.
Snoop Dogg.
Please welcome Snoop Dogg.
Yo, Crip Walk, son. Crip Walk.
Snoops, everyone's talking about this
What
game.
up,
It's so good to have you here, man.
That's crazy.
So you teaming up with
He's high.
Tell
He's
us
got
how
to be
this
high.
happened. Why do you want to work with RGG?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Sega. I've been playing that game since it first came out, and to be associated with such a great game and such a great person like this and the team that they put together, it's an amazing, feat for me. So I'm happy to be a part of it.
Now we got to talk about what just
So
announced in this
vague.
trailer.
So vague.
How's Tupac being a part of this?
The Tupac estate and my son and myself, we work very closely together. So it just made sense to put him in this game because his likeness and his spirit still lives on, and I just feel like it was so connected to what we're doing. So what y'all think?
Sure. Okay. Sure. Sure. Sure.
The song sounds great.
Sure.
Well, we're looking forward
I
to
fuck
hearing
with
more
it.
on
I fuck with it. Sure. I fuck with it.
TJ, you and Cordell talked about Death Row Games is something that you guys want to do. Any updates on what's happening there, DRG?
Yes, sir. Death Row Games, we're building a hip-hop gaming universe, bringing an authentic culture to life, you know what I'm saying? And we just got a lot of plans that we plan on actually bringing to life in the next, couple of months.
Bring it to life,
We'll hopefully hear more on that
Yeah,
soon.
just bring it to life, just life.
Snoop Dogg, thank you for joining us. Yokoyama-san, Jamil, appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm just gonna bring the culture to life. Oh, cool. Bring the culture to life. Cool. Any want to be more specific? Nope.
Stuff to come. All right, next we're excited to announce the stunning debut
Why is Snoop Dogg in the game? Why is Tupac in the game? Tupac seemed like he'd be in the game. All right, cool. Thanks, Snoop.
creators behind the Division and Little
We got plans, then we plan on. Yeah, exactly. We got plans that we plan on. Exactly.
stranded in a mind-bending, player-shaped procedural world. This is a very cool game. Take a look.
I fuck with it though. I fuck with it. It's obscene. I fuck with it. We got plans that we plan on. Know what I'm saying? I fuck with it. Dead Astronaut. Good studio name. Nah, Sir Bissington said it best. We got plans that we plan on. Don't worry about it. Bro, if Def Jam comes back before Soul Calibur, it'd be so funny. Def Jam X Tekken? No, thank you. Is this the cube? Oh, it's not. I do love geometrical geometry. Geometrical architecture. Don't fall, bitch. Interesting. I do love me some squares. Me too.
I can't wait to see more from Hex. It looks absolutely stunning. We have much more SGF to come, but first on June 14th, Dead by Daylight is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Watch this closely because here's a little tease of what's ahead.
Def Jam X Tekken would have the hood on fire, Chad. You know it, don't lie. I would officially leave that game, bro. You can have that. You can have it if you want it. American Dream would drop 35%. Yeah, I'm sure it would. It'd be mad funny if Harada pulled up. Crip walking. Him and Snoop Dogg. Bro, the gaming industry is obsessed with horror, huh?
How old are you now?
Oh, DB is a guest character in Tekken? No, thank you, bro. Mortal Shell 2. Yo, it's a bard! Alright, that seems pretty metal. Yeah, Michael J. White character in Hardy's new game? We'll see. This looks like it could be fun. Not for me, that could be fun. Wild Wild West, exactly. Look at Wild Wild West, Midwest, Desperado. Rada. No, you don't want nada. Sea of Thieves vibes? True.
Is it dangerous? Edward.
Conway.
Is it dangerous?
Assassin's Creed 4 too?
Wouldn't pay so nice if it weren't.
They've given up on making new Assassin's Creed?
Gentlemen, we do not plunge headlong into folly on the orders of a single madman, but act according to our own collective madness.
Assassin's Creed 4 Remastered is not a bad idea. They're remaking Black Flag?
All those in favor of storming
I think this is when the franchise peaked, personally.
stomp and shout aye!
The show's a miss so far? I don't think it's a miss. I've seen a bunch of stuff I've been interested in, but it just hasn't hit hard for me. I don't really want that much from the games industry. I want a BioWare game and a fighting game, and then everything else can kick rocks.
After you, Captain. Path ahead is dangerous.
But Assassin's Creed 4 was good.
Don't save me a spot in
Tries to be getting worse and worse. True, they did start with a showstopper.
coming.
But this game was great, though.
Give me a spot in Hell Shaker.
Cool. Awesome. Didn't miss much.
Welcome back to SGF. That was Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, which is arriving July 9th. Now it's time for the announcement of a game that reunites one of the best action game developers in the world with a legendary franchise.
Okay. Okay, Paramount. TMNT? TMNT? Platinum Games TMNT? Platinum Games TMNT? Platinum Games TMNT? Heroes in a half shell. Alright. I'm in. I'm in. That's all I have to see. That's all I have to see. I'm in. Sure. Sure. Sure.
Fun yet?
Sure. Sure. I've not seen any gameplay. Sure.
Believe it or not.
TMNT, Platinum Games, sold. Alright. Say less. Say less.
To learn more about the now, please welcome two-time
Co-op shenanigans? Sure.
33 and Final Fantasy 16. It's Ben Starr who voices the Visitor in Fortnite.
Hello, Summer Game Fest.
Yo, Clive. Hello.
For the past little while, I have had the incredible opportunity to step into the world of Fortnite as the visitor. And today, I finally get to share a glimpse of where that journey is heading next. We've been working on this for a long time. A new season is about to begin, and everything is about to change. Let me show you what's coming in Fortnite's next season, Runners, launching later tonight.
The MC6 is never coming? Gotta hold that.
The hunt for power breeds chaos. And that chaos is spreading.
Great voice. Fuck Clive.
Sprites.
Yeah, it's a good voice though.
Creatures born from 0-point energy. They can make you stronger, faster, more dangerous. No one can resist that kind of power. So we must secure them.
I thought Fortnite was dead? No, man, kids love Fortnite. That's the real reason I'm going to Taiwan. I'm moving to Taiwan to become the leading English-speaking Asian Fortnite streamer. That's the plan. Be sure to hit like and subscribe on my new channel. Your audacity. Yo, John Wick, you can say no to
wondering how we end up on this new island, you'll have to jump into the Shattered event happening live inside Fortnite right after Summer Game Fest.
And actually in Taiwanese Tekken?
This season,
I mean, sure, until Virtufighter comes out.
And in the live event, that choice changes your experience. It has all been building to this moment. The party starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, but the doors open early, and trust me, you'll want to stay to the very end of the event. I've got a little surprise waiting for you.
The stage is set.
Are you moving work? Yep.
You chose your side.
You speak Mandarin? Or they have their own dialogue? No, I speak Mandarin.
This ends now.
Microphone.
Now it's time for a special announcement from Bandai Namco about one of the most influential sci-fi franchises ever created.
I might have to. No, it's not my end.
Sirens. For a moment, the future felt promising.
They're inside! They're inside!
Out here, that promise is a lie.
Oh, come on. This audio sync is killing me. All right, give me a second. Let me see if Twitch has a better version. Man said Mass Effect, you wish.
Every breath taken is inside an armored shell.
Is it on YouTube? It's only on YouTube.
The darkness coming for us. It remembers one man. The pilot.
Gundam! What is this, custom robo? What are we doing? Gundam! There is Gundam. Rogue Orbit? I'm not too cool for a Gundam game. Do I get to create my own pilot and shit? Oh, I guess I do.
Find me. I'm here.
Gundam game? Sure. Not a mech guy. I mean, I'm not usually a mech guy, but I got time for Gundam.
Every year, so finding your next favorite can be tough. That's why I'm launching my new newsletter, Looking for Game. Thank you. I'll be curating and selecting games that deserve your attention every week and sending demos and exclusive playtest invites straight to your inbox. Head over to lookingfor.game to sign up with player.gg. Speaking of fun, unexpected games, this next title comes from a solo developer, Adrián Mulero from Spain. It is a co-op physics game about 2 geese and 1 very fragile egg.
Okay, Honky, ready to be a parent?
Sure, don't worry. This is a piece of cake.
Sure.
Be careful with our little baby.
Don't drop it, don't drop it. Careful, to left, your other left.
Sure. 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 This is cute. This is cute. This is cute. I got time for this.
This is a good one.
I got time for this. It's fine. The infant side again. I got time for this. It's cool.
Watch out with our baby. Watch out with our baby.
It's good.
Just focus. Really hard. Oh gosh.
This is a great game if you want to find out that if you and your romantic partner have a chance.
For more people, it would be easier. This really is an extremely hard game.
Good shit. Good shit. I wonder how much money it cost though to advertise there.
Fun game. All right, now it is time for a debut.
I would be raging against 100%.
Team of developers who come from Naughty Dog and Infinity Ward and another amazing.
Basic streamer ego content.
Past half decade, they've quietly been working on an ambitious new project. Here is the global announcement.
People are endlessly disappointing.
When are we gonna get a new Ghost Recon? When are we gonna get a new Ghost Recon and or Splinter Cell?
They're cruel. They lie.
This game's got my attention. Okay, it's lost it already.
They're bullies.
Future Warfighter?
Dogs? Yeah, I got one of them.
So that's what I say when I look at someone like you. Bully.
See, that's where we're different. I genuinely like most people.
Oh, well, then you're truly a sick fuck.
I'm interested. I'm interested.
We need to move. They'll be coming for you.
Give me some Tom Clancy.
You're not one of them.
I don't really like run and gun shooters, but I like tactical shooters.
Yeah, well, that's temporary.
Guy from Hollyoaks? Oh, maybe.
Like you and me.
You guys don't understand the real threat. Not like we do.
If I go to work with my enemy to survive, so be it. For now.
Either we fight those things together, or die alone.
Hang up the phone.
No. Do not touch him.
She a cutie? Yeah, she cutie.
We fight together, or die alone.
I got time for this. I got time for this. This seems cool. I'll keep this on my radar. This seems fun.
For over 18 years, Jacob and I have developed character-driven games with the goal of thoroughly connecting design and story. In Crossfire, two opposing operators must form a temporary alliance. Depending on one another is their only chance of survival.
To support this narrative, we completely rethought how cover and traversal work together and created a system that rewards tactical thinking, stealth, and repositioning.
That's what I want.
It's called adaptive cover. With adaptive cover, our player character Layla dynamically adjusts her stance to react to the
clever.
complex terrain
Okay.
and the enemy's line of sight.
Okay.
It fundamentally changes your relationship with the environment and becomes an active
I mean, this just seems like an animation. It just seems like an animation
Shout out to our
quirk,
amazing team at
but
That's
it's
Their
good.
Moon, who are meticulously crafting Crossfire. It's for all of you who, like us, love high agency, single player,
I mean, it is that Fashion Week.
story-driven games. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jacob and Taylor. Now, last year at the Game Awards, we introduced the next game from Remedy Entertainment. Here's a new look at the mind-bending world of Control Resonant.
I have no time for the Control universe, but I know people love this shit. Alan Wake,
The oldest house
Control.
has fallen. Everything we tried to contain is now loose in the streets of Manhattan.
Oh fuck!
Caused by
That how
a
Control
new
ended?
type of hostile resonance. It is beyond anything that we can currently measure. It's all quite terrifying.
Millennial Burger restaurant owners, lol. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. This ain't my steez, but you know, I'm sure some people love this shit.
All we can do is dig deeper. Keep searching for the solutions in every way we can. Before it's too late.
Right now, it's time for another Summer Game Fest exclusive, the announcement of the next game in a storied franchise.
We all have our own reasons for coming to this vast frontier. But for our guild, we who protect this land, one reason stands above all others. Our wonder. You feel it too. We see it in your eyes. Wonder at the astonishing power that shapes this land of awe. At the great spirits to whom we are bound. At the gods who hold dominion over all. We cannot guarantee your comfort or even your safety. But if you yearn for horizons unexplored, for fellowship and purpose, for a cause worth dying for, to you, we can promise magic.
To everyone watching both here and live online around the world, I'm Colin Johansson, the studio head at ArenaNet, and I want to thank you for watching the exclusive first look at our upcoming game. The time is right for the next evolution of the MMORPG, and that game is Guild Wars 3. Glad you all agree. Guild Wars 3 is an epic world that is both beautiful and fun to explore, where the joy of movement is powered by your character's momentum, and combat will usher in an entirely new type of MMO experience. By launching on PC and PlayStation 5, we're inviting the biggest audience yet to experience the world of Guild Wars.
Guild Wars 3, what the fuck? Oh, why didn't you niggas tell me?
Go to guildwars3.com to sign up for our newsletter.
Fuck, why didn't you niggas tell me? What did I miss? No. What did I miss? No. Guild Wars 3? Nah.
New look.
Nah. Y'all don't know how much I loved Guild Wars growing up. Y'all don't know.
The announcement.
It wasn't no gameplay? Shit, 15 years away. We couldn't? No excuses. I grew up on Guild Wars 1.
We all have our own reasons for coming to this vast frontier. But for our guild, we who protect this land, one reason stands above all others. Our
Maybe.
wonder.
Guild Wars 1 was it. Guild Wars 2, not so much.
See it in your eyes. Wonder at the astonishing power that shapes this land of awe. At the great spirits to whom we are bound. At the gods who hold dominion over all. We cannot guarantee your comfort or even your safety. But if you yearn for horizons unexplored, for fellowship,
Okay, yeah, I'm unsold.
for a cause worth dying,
I'm unsold. Alright, cool.
to you, we can promise magic.
Guild Wars 3.
Here and live online around the world, I'm Colin Johansson, the studio head at ArenaNet, and I want to thank you for watching the exclusive first look at our upcoming game. The time is right for the next evolution of the MMORPG, and that game is Guild Wars 3.
Bold statement.
Glad you all agree. Guild Wars 3 is an epic world that is both beautiful and fun to explore, where the joy of movement is powered by your character's momentum, and combat will usher in an entirely new type of MMO experience. By launching on PC and PlayStation 5, we're inviting the biggest audience yet to experience the world of Guild Wars. We're so excited to welcome all of you to join our Guild Wars community. Go to guildwars3.com to sign up for our newsletter right now. Thank you.
Newsletter. Whack.
Thanks, Colin. Get ready to blast across the galaxy with daring races, dangerous rivals, and some very familiar faces. Star Wars Galactic Racer is coming this October! And now
Star Wars
it's time
Racer,
to
you know.
head to a brand new planet, Dervan Akos. Now this is pod racing.
Very nice. Very nice. This is pod racing.
Welcome to Dervan Akos. Where champions are born
Oh, not a mobile game. Lol.
and losers annihilated.
Yeah, so it's Wipeout.
My sources say you
It's Wipeout. It's Wipeout. It's Wipeout. It's Wipeout. It's Wipeout.
Racers don't go head-to-head against Bulba. Legends do.
They are not your friends.
I've seen you at Kestar's side.
Star Wars pod racing game, yeah. If they don't take 15 years, Guild Wars 3 could be sick. Yeah, maybe.
This is the dream shape.
It just depends on what they want to do. Guild Wars 1 was incredible for its time. Guild Wars 2 I had no time for. Lol.
There's a reason why they call Kestar Bull the champion.
Looks like Burnout.
Golden age of the Galactic League begins now.
Is that the OG game? Yeah, true.
Is Virtua Fighter Crossroads.
Let's go! Villa Fight Fest, VFF.
Are we talking about your ex?
What the fuck? Story in a Virtua Fighter game?
Bet you're hungry after this morning, huh? Same as usual?
Your sister's really taking this whole job thing seriously, huh, Divina?
I know.
They really weren't kidding about this being a fighting town.
We're all fuck-ups. Otherwise, we wouldn't be living in Villa Sapara. Kill them all.
Hey, it's me.
Damn, this sound cue is killing me.
Shit.
Oh! Adventure mode?
You're gonna blow over, Cielo. You fucked with the Chinese mafia.
So this is your creator character? Oh my god.
All right, just take it easy.
That's your.
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in Kung Fu.
Your Kung Fu is weak! Your Kung Fu is weak! Your Kung Fu is weak! She said it with a G, so you know it's real.
Once you're inside, there's no surrender.
2027. That's so far away.
Who's Pai Chan?
What?
Showcase 5 p.m.
It's been 25 years since RuneScape was born, and 20 years tomorrow.
She said
that
Gung Fu.
3, 2,
She said
1
Gung Fu. Not Kung Fu. Gung
Finally,
Fu.
this legendary universe is coming to console with RuneScape Dragon Wilds, playable now on PC and early access.
Good shit.
Here's a new look.
Alright. Wait, what time?
Once you're inside, there's no surrender. That's Pai Chan.
Who's Pai Chan?
What?
Today, 5 p.m. What time is it in PDT? It is currently 2 p.m., so in a couple hours. It's about to turn 3. So in 2 hours. Let me go by VF Revo real quick. Was that Pi? Yeah, it was Pi. That's Pi.
Take it easy.
You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in Kung Fu.
Your Kung Fu is weak! Your Kung Fu is weak. Your Kung Fu is weak.
In ebbing spring, choose no. Not all.
I'm about to drop Tekken completely. Relax. You know, you ain't about to do nothing. 2027? You ain't about to do nothing.
Death. Alas.
Chad, I need to get. Is it sort of tricky? Yeah, go to tricky.
Find you.
The Tekken might be dead. Relax, relax. Just invest. You have to kill Tekken. Just invest in VF stocks. That's true. It's true. VF is right there. It's true.
Welcome to Brook Hollow Park.
It's okay, they're not actually monsters. We're just...
They trying to evolve the genre? I mean, they said that. They said that.
Clever girl.
You're looking at a living fossil.
Hey guys, you're gonna want to see this!
Man, the rest of this whole thing is about to be trash. The rest of this show is about to be so dead. I'm like, ugh.
Some guys leave it to luck.
Godfather.
Let it ride on a roll of the dice. Not me.
Yo, Mafia,
You
yeah.
can have all the luck in the world. But what matters is the
Yes.
choice you make. When the cards are on the table.
Yeah, is vehicle cool enough now? Bro, why are you telling me? Like, you ask yourself that. Go ask Finn T. I think VF's cool now. Go ask Finn T.
Okay, can you imagine working on something for 16 years of your life? Back in 2010, the creator of Assassin's Creed set out on a journey to build his next time-bending epic. Today, after many twists and turns, it is finally time for Patrice Désilets to invite you in to his new world.
Them boys just lame. True.
I was born to be the collector. To protect a world I cannot be a part of. Destined to be feared for what I am. It is my fate. I have devoted my life to facing them. Those granted the power to raise souls. Those corrupted by their gifts.
I like this.
Tilting the ancient balance toward cataclysm.
It's a good gimmick.
But at last, their debt is due. Every choice, every breath has led me to this moment. As the moon bears witness, I take the first step. My time has come. I am ready.
Cool visual thing. No gameplay, but it's a cool setting.
Jeff. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jeez.
1666 has been a monumental and emotional journey.
His hand is shaking.
David Lynch once said, "The film is the talking." That's how I feel today about the game. Instead of explaining features,
I like him.
I'll
He's super
simply say
nervous,
this.
but he's like
As of right
holding
now,
it. That's a man shit right there.
is
He's
free
super
to
nervous,
download
but he
on
is just
Steam
like doing his
and
job.
Epic Game Store.
I like this guy. He is nervous as fuck.
It's a 30-minute story
But he's just doing it.
experience, an amuse-bouche, if you will. I'll leave you with a glimpse of what's to come when the game launches on early access later this year. Join us for the journey. Merci and panache Kalis.
This guy is sick. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but I like him. I like him because you can tell he's nervous as fuck. But he's like, I'm doing my job. Gonna get on the stage and be like, that's what bravery looks like. That's what bravery looks like. Play the prologue now? I think I will. Looks fun. I'll play that.
Thank you, Patrice. Still to come, we've got a lot of great announcements for you, including a special surprise guest. Who's that?
Oh, fuck.
Wait, that's Billy from Saw? Hey, Billy.
Hello, Jeff Keighley.
Hello.
I want to play a game.
Oh, you want to play a game? Well, that's great. We're here at Summer Game Fest. This is all about playing games. It's perfect.
Roll the tape.
You heard the puppet. Roll the tape.
Pie looks fucking gorgeous. She does. She does. The whole game looks gorgeous. Like, fucking, we're having a trailer with like a person, he has friends, and they're in a restaurant. I'm like, oh my god, VF with a story?
100 years.
Game industry's cooked.
Since the Genesis.
VFF?
They call you a monster.
The Viva Fighting Festival or something? I punched the air when I saw Pi. Yeah, it's great.
Pain is our only.
Oh my god, she's Pai-chan! Who's Pai-chan? It's good shit. Good, it's good, it's good, it's good, it's good, I'm excited.
Only then do they get to see.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like the kind of game that even if you don't play fighting games, you will play. Because it looks like a good single player story, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. We're in. I've always said this.
Be paid in blood. Live or die.
She's probably like 46. Yeah, I mean, she'll be up there, right? Auntie Sue. Grown woman shit. Yeah. I'm all for a VF story mode. Yeah, 100%. I can't think of anything less interesting than a Saw game, though.
Your book. Bound
Just started my break. What I miss? Virtua Fighter. Nothing important, just Virtua Fighter.
Those who are worthy.
As a fighting game casual? Yeah, 100%. But everyone, the thing is, you say you're casual, but this is what I keep saying. I made a video about this. Everyone starts off as a fighting game casual. No one comes in to be hardcore. Everyone just comes in casually, and then you either stay or you don't. And fighting games have kind of forgotten that. VF might be the game that turns you from a casual into a hardcore.
Approaches.
Like transcended the niche of fighting. Exactly. Fighting games can't just appeal to fighting game players. They have to appeal broader. Yeah, a couple hours, yeah.
Will be determined.
Yeah, it looks like it's attempting to do it. The game makes you want to invest. It's the same as Star Wars. Yeah, kind of. If you missed it, the trailer is up on official VF White YouTube channel. Say less. No disrespect, but I want to see it without the time, I want to see it without the. We'll come back to you. Oh, it was literally the first thing. Fuck. Flashbang. Let's see it, baby. The music already. It's already feeling more like a lived world. Villa Fight Fest. Are
we talking about your ex?
Hey, I've got an idea for you.
Hey, Cielo. Bet you're hungry after this morning, huh? Same as usual?
Your sister's really taking this whole job thing seriously, huh, Divina?
I know. They really weren't kidding about this being a fighting town.
We're all fuck-ups. Otherwise, we wouldn't be living in Villa Sapara.
Kill them all.
Hey, it's me.
There he is.
Shit. This is not gonna blow over, Cielo. You fucked with the Chinese mafia.
Oh, sheesh. Sheesh. Messing with the mafia, with the triads? Okay, we have to come back and look at this. That's so...
One more move and I'll cut her fucking head off.
All right, just take it easy.
Tall friend mid. Quarter circle back throw. Bokuta?
That's your...
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in kung fu.
Rise over the cries, city of blood, sweat, and survivors.
Is Via part of Tekken? Yes and no. Easy to learn, but more demanding.
There's no surrender.
That's Pai Chan.
Who's Pai Chan?
What?
These kids about to learn. Yeah, interesting. All right, so what interests me the most? Great story stuff. First of all, Stella's first picture looked weird. Stella looks gorgeous here. Good shit.
Fighting town.
This guy seems cool as fuck too.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be living in Villa Sapar.
The fact that they say fuck ups, that might seem like a small deal, but it suggests that they are going. It's mature, right? It's not like kid-friendly fighting game. Here's Luke, and here's M. Bison. Like, no, it's like, nah. It's like a movie. That's good shit. Okay, so is this playable?
This is not gonna blow over, Cielo. You fucked with the Chinese mafia.
These are probably just short sequences. Okay, so this is what I'm interested in. So are we in a fighting game engine here? I guess so. That could be a PP. Sure. Alright, fine. That is... We have to watch that again. This is the part I find very interesting. So there are two combatants here, but the camera is locked into, like, let's say maybe a 1v1, and maybe only when one person's been knocked out, then the camera switches. That could be an interesting way of doing it. Like, could this guy... Could the AI be programmed to attack him now, or is it like, no, he's just going to wait for his turn? Do you know what I mean? Okay, we won't know, but it's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about from a game design perspective. But this is just already exciting as fuck.
One more move and I'll cut her fucking head off.
All right, just take it easy.
And then this shit. That is straight from the F5. That sweep.
That's your...
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in kung fu.
Look at this woman. She looks like a real woman. Like, she looks like a real ass woman. She's gorgeous. This is so good.
Rise over the cries, city of blood, sweat,
music is good.
and survivors. Lives rolling like dice. Once you're inside, there's no surrender.
2027. All right.
That's Pai Chan.
Who's Pai Chan?
What?
Damn. Chad, that's your future wife in Taiwan. We'll see. But I just like the fact that she doesn't look like a 16-year-old doll. You know what I mean? She looks like a woman, right? A woman who's been doing martial arts for a long time. Obviously still in great shape and blah, blah, blah. It's just great. Yeah, I'm super excited. I've not seen anything that made me feel like this looks bad. This is so good. I'm so excited. And I have no notes. I'll post it on YouTube and it'll literally say, yeah, no notes. This looks incredible. I can't wait for the talk. I guess this stream is about to be 2 hours longer because I'm gonna be here in 5 p.m. PDT. because I have to watch this. So good. DOA is buried. Relax. Everyone's talking, oh, Tekken's dead, DOA. We'll see. But it's looking good. It's looking good. Alright, let's go back to this shit.
The spiral.
Our war's end approaches.
Looks great. I can't wait.
Humanity's fate will be determined.
VF Old Chrono. I'm not a Resident Evil guy, but it looks good. My bad. I mean, Tekken will be dead for me. Yeah, I hear it.
Sacrifice.
Claire never looked so good. 100%. I don't think that was a fighting game trailer, to be fair. I don't think it was. It was meant as an action game trailer, which is what they need to do.
Are you?
The veil between realms.
They need to sell it as a AAA martial arts movie that you can play through with a fighting game attached. I've been saying this for months.
You alone will decide.
Lords of the Fallen 2 wish list.
Honestly, you can skim through, frankly. Yeah, 100%.
That's right, Lords of the Fallen 2 is also coming to Steam.
Oh, Star Wars shit, though. I like Star Wars.
Next up is a brand new game from BitReactor, a studio formed by some of the most experienced developers in the tactics genre.
I'm looking forward to this. This is the next game on my wish list, actually. I will stream this. I don't care if no one watches.
Intelligence was just briefed of Separatist fleet massing in the Serralonis system.
Then we need to make our move.
Star Wars XCOM? I'm in.
You got someone?
Zero Company.
What do you got for me, Bennett? Port Silius. Coil's been spotted meeting with local gangsters. Find out what they're up to.
I've been tracking Fathom for months. She's at the center of it all.
All right, let's get a team together. We work with all kinds of folks.
I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this.
Ex-noble.
You can see the Nvidia money on the screen? You could.
And we're better for it. We're almost there. We just gotta finish this job. There we go!
General Skywalker.
He's still a good guy. Yeah, he'd be on your team. Fuck. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, at this point in the Clone Wars, he'd be like, oh, General Skywalker. Yay! General Skywalker. They don't know.
Dark Fantasy has
They don't know what we know. General Skywalker. Yay! The hero has arrived.
The box. Oh, shit! The box. Please.
It'll be a good Star Wars story from anywhere at this point. Not what I thought it was.
You don't give up easy, eh?
Vampire? I've not seen it.
Neither do I. You certainly have reasons to hate me. My son.
We can skip the Among Us shit.
My life. We crave the same thing.
Evil? Am I evil? They adore me.
You're a pawn in Brentus's hands, nothing more.
This won't end well for you.
I've done the unthinkable for my own family.
Determination is not enough to cheat your fate, Dawnwalker.
How many innocents did you drain dry? Maybe we aren't so different.
Bandai Namco. Let's go.
Hello everyone. My name is Konrad Tomaszkiewicz and I'm the game director of The Blood of Dawnwalker. What you just saw was an invitation to join
White Blade,
us
let's go. Yeah, basically.
Adventure through eras and cultures in our story-driven open-world dark fantasy saga. The first part, a CGI, shows where our saga leads to, a present-day adventure. The gameplay segment that followed is from our current game.
Makes me wish Vampire the Masquerade was good. Same.
I hope you will have as much fun playing our game as we had making it. Thank you, and have a great rest of the show.
Out in September? All right. I might look at this.
Thanks, Conrad. Next, the creators of Among Us have been hard at work on a new project.
Yeah, we can skip this, respectfully.
Our alliance with Bavma is fragile at best, but we've received an urgent call from Aleph, James. King Bavma requests MI6's help with a matter most sensitive, and he's asked for you, personally. Our alliance with Bavma is fragile at best, but if he has what he claims to have, well, M figures the reward is well worth the risk.
How delayed are we? A couple minutes.
Go back to Aleph and find out what this is all about.
3 minutes. We're working our way forward. We're just skipping the dull parts.
007.
Okay, just a trailer. Skipping the Nintendo parts. What's this? Okay, Gothic. Okay, I'm safe with the music. Lenny Kravitz Gaming. Lenny Kravitz! Lenny Kravitz Gaming! I remember a conversation like, yeah, Lenny Kravitz is Jewish. Lenny Kravitz is Jewish? I was like, yeah, his name is Lenny Kravitz! What? Lenny Kravitz is Jewish? My brother in Christ, his name is Lenny Kravitz. Sure, generic. The music's doing more than the visuals. Zoe Kravitz, so bad, 100%. Aeon 2, Korean-made MMO, cool.
I need a complete picture.
It's like CD Projekt Red and Kuro Games, okay.
This is all a brain dance, a simulation.
Time to knock the rust off!
Maybe the two of you really are from another universe.
What? What?
Run. I'll erase you at the finish line. Deleting your ass.
I mean,
Come on!
this looks fun.
I can
What game is this?
That Nightmare Tacit Discord is looking for us.
It's a gacha? Oh, Wuthering Waves, like Cyberpunk. Okay, cool, yeah. Okay, unsold. Anti-heroes? Low. I mean, I'm okay with anime games if they're done stylish. I just hate generic anime games.
White Furia negated the weight of buildings and mounted the sky.
One more time?
I can't stop wondering, how can all this exist up amongst the clouds?
Once down to expansion? Good block.
They can affect the environment with just their presence. A moving natural disaster.
Too powerful to tame, too difficult to reproduce. Sounds like an elder dragon.
Ascendance. Interesting. I didn't need to go back to it. I only played the early Monster Hunter. Apparently this added so much stuff. A massive expansion. Okay. Please don't be a Chinese Dark Souls clone. I can help you with Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter got Miguel before Tekken? Lol. Isn't Kongzi? Kongzi? Yes, Kongzi. Kongzi is Confucius. Lao Tzu, Sun Tzu, Kongzi. Yeah, Chinese Souls like, alright, cool. Chinese Souls like, incoming, QQ! Sure, why not? So you fighting Confucius here? I guess so. The Jandao, big old sword, looks cool. Okay. Back to the jam. Back to the Jandao. Are you learning Mandarin? I can speak Mandarin, just not fluently. I can speak and read, but I gotta work on it. I've been out of practice for a while. This year I'm trying to be more intense. Kongzi? No, I don't think it's the Kongzi we're talking about. That is not Lao. That is not Confucius. Kongzi. Master of cantrips. I think it's cool that they show a death. That's pretty good. How long did it take you to learn? Probably about 2 years before you start to 2 years before you're speaking like a baby, but you know, a confident baby.
That
and
was
then
a new look at gameplay
a few more years to get these, and like 1 more year to get these.
Action RPG. There you saw a boss fight against Kong Kong Zi, with each move pulled from real centuries-old Chinese magic tradition. Now, how about a little Detroit car magic? Get ready for lots of
Trying to jump out the game industry. It's all mystical souls. Yeah, but that's always how it starts. You kind of just copy something that's successful from the West, and then you start deviating on your own. I'm waiting for them to start doing their own shit. They will eventually. There's going to be a Chinese fighting game that's going to be sick, but okay, we can skip this. Respectfully. Yeah, we can skip this. Respectfully. Cool. And now we're back to the live. I knew we'd get there eventually. I knew there'd be enough stinkers. Avatar Legends? I heard this was actually a really good card game. Hot Wheels Gaming, yo! I heard this was like a really cool kart game. Like if you're into kart racing, it's actually really good. Like better than Mario Kart. Whoa, Evangelion, what are we doing? Sega is just doing, they are literally just going, fuck it. We racing, what's it called? Racing Fortnite. I hear it. Gotta go fast. Sega. Sega's really trying to come back, you know.
And happy birthday, Sega.
Did any old game too? That's
now
cool.
the world premiere of a project that depicts the entire story of a famous anime from beginning to end.
Dragon Ball Z.
Dedicate your heart to this.
Dedicate your heart. Famous anime. Oh, Attack on Titan. Alright, cool. Dedicate your heart. Yeah, okay. Have you seen the VF6 thing? Of course I've seen it, bro. Oh. Sonic Races, Danica Patrick. Yeah. Got this shit. I mean, it's popular. But will the game be good? Oh, this game looks budget as fuck. Respectfully. Attack on mid? Damn, man said attack on mid. Will we become Levi? It is Attack on Mid. Damn. I don't watch the anime, so I can't speak. Right, the show will stay mid forever. Damn, the show? I heard it was good. People were talking about this show as like one of the best anime we've had in 10 years. People love this show.
From many of the creative leaders behind Forza Horizon comes a new cinematic open-world driving experience. Set in Monaco and the French Riviera, where the worlds of pro and underground street racing collide, this is Clutch from Maverick Games.
Didn't DOA have Attack on Titan stage? It did. DOA 5. I give no shit about racing games, but you know, it's just these.
In intensive care.
I'm done. My friend said you can help me.
Some people are meant to be outlaws, Theo. Think about it.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I did all that for you to get out of trouble. Now I'm in deeper than when I started.
It's definitely the balance. People have lost their ability to describe things. It's peak, mid, or trash, and no in between. I hear it.
I've tried to help you. I'm not going to jail for you.
No, you gotta help me out. Yeah, yeah. Clutch? Great name. Great name for a movie. I'm surprised there hasn't. Surely there's been a movie called Clutch. There's been an action movie called Clutch. That's such a good name.
But their sons will plant fear, all respect.
Racing game fans been eating? Sure.
One.
Yeah, this ain't my genre, but I can see the appeal. How long till the VF thing? I think it starts at 1 o'clock our time. Isn't PDDT +9? Fuck's sake. It's currently 3 o'clock, 3:30. And they said 5 o'clock. So, you know, hour and a half.
We have lots more Summer Game Fest ahead, and trust me, you definitely will want to stick around. Right now, here's a new look at Sea of Remnants from NetEase.
Wake up laughing, half a mess, wrong direction, no regrets. Every face feels out of line, that's how I know they're all mine. We don't fit, we don't care, broken jokes and
I was about to talk shit about this trailer, and I was like, you know what? Actually, I fuck with it. I fuck with it. Nah, I was about to talk shit. I was like, you know what? I fuck with it. It's not just a generic trailer. I fuck with it.
make it loud. Say we're lost, say we're strange.
I fuck with it. This trailer's gonna hit some people real hard. Real hard. Like, yeah.
I'll remember all of you. Hands up, shout it out loud, nothing over the doubt. If tomorrow cleans the slate, let tonight decide on it.
No idea what genre this is. It's like a probably it is. I can't wait for them to reveal it's a mobile fucking card fucking card playing fucking auto battler. Awesome. I won't be playing this. Great trailer though.
In a room on a shelf?
Guys, is it me or is there something off with this one?
Yeah, he seems different. Has he always had that mustache? He doesn't have a mustache.
Damn, them thighs are real.
Hey, buddy, what's your deal?
Howdy. Name's Ryu. What's all this mess about me being different?
Well, look at that. He sounds different too.
What in the Sam Hill? Everyone in Tokyo talks like this.
I know what this is. It's called a knockoff.
Well, Tarnation could have knocked off do this. Howdy, Dukin.
Howdy Duke.
Yikes.
The Capcom Summer Game
Man said howdy Dukin, you know what?
Genuine, bona fide, 100% authentic.
Man said howdy Dukin. These trailers are getting decent.
No knockoffs.
I can't do it if you're watching.
Uh-huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the elite.
My Carlo shelf crying at the thought of sustaining those thighs. Yeah, basically. Hitman? Uh-huh, you know what? Oh, IO sale? Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Wiz Khalifa Hitman collaboration. Fuck it. Get those Marcus energies on. Look at this Pokemon looking ass. I was joking. You gotta appeal to the urban youth, Fiddle. You gotta appeal to the urban youth. This is fun. Yokai Watch. This has got way more personality than most Pokemon thing I've seen recently. Snoop Dogg was already busy on Stranger in Heaven? Yeah, basically. Him had a Van Damme contract? Damn. Mila Jovovich. I saw the Mila Jovovich one. Power World's finally coming out. Good shit. I guess they must have cleared up the lawsuit. Oh shit, soon.
There you have it. Power World 1.0 is coming out on July 10th. Now, at the start of the show, I mentioned we'll have lots of new worlds to explore today and the return of some long-awaited ones as well. This next game falls into that last category.
Star Fox?
It's been long years.
Oh shit!
It's total so far. Each case, husband and wife found. Shredded.
Fucking A. Wow, this is good.
Are dying. Some monster is out there.
Holy shit! I never thought we'd see it. I never thought we'd see it come back.
You're the guy to call.
Bigby.
Sheriff?
I'll have
The
your
big bad wolf is back!
Are you living under a rock?
You're a raging dumpster fire of a person.
You're the reason I'm here.
She's a detective.
Ready to get to work?
Okay, that's hype. That's hype. If you know, you know. Do I get to bang Snow White in this one, please? Relax.
I know I don't look human.
These lips are sealed, but I'm not helpless. See around.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Looking for me?
Wolf Among Us remastered. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit.
That's right, Bigby is finally back.
Woo!
And as we wait for his new adventure in 2027, check out The Wolf Among Us remastered this holiday. Now, this next game comes from an acclaimed studio that is deep into development on its next project.
What is this? Art style is incredible. I'm already low-key kind of sold. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Song choice, art style is doing it. R&B in the future? R&B survived the apocalypse?
I'm listening.
She look a baby.
Scarlet Sin. That's the beginning and end of it all. How about you try taking a hit?
You're acting a little strange today.
Oh yeah? It's our first mission in a while. Aren't you a little excited?
Stop saying weird things.
Okay, take it easy.
Quiet. They're moving.
Initiating C3 sync. Ready, Angel.
Roger, Kenna. Tracking.
출입문 닫습니다. Doors closing. How's it looking out there?
I can't stand crowds. It'd be better for both of us if we got out of here quickly.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
Hey.
Well, just saying. It's a cliche.
Is this Stellar Blade?
The target stopped.
But still, but this game looks interesting. Yeah, great. This also looks sick though. Stellar Blade 2, I had no interest in Stellar Blade, the first one. Gratuitous. We'll take it. You've earned it. What? Turbo, get the fuck out of here. The VF chair looks amazing. What are you talking about? Stellar Blade 3? Yeah, good shit.
That was a good one. Shift Up is returning to the world of Stellar Blade with an all-new sequel developed entirely by the original team that's here today. Set in the same universe as Stellar Blade, this next chapter continues the story beyond the events of the first game, introducing...
Nah, I don't know. The tone shift to urban, it looks like Street Fighter 6, Turbo. Shut the fuck up. Like, that is exactly what it's meant to look like. It looks so good. It looks grounded. It looks like a real place. It looks sick.
Then Street Fighter 6 was released.
As all the other fighting games go into fucking space and fighting on asteroids, like, yeah, these people are fighting in the streets. Like, yeah. Yeah. Speaking of, it looks super grounded in a way that I'm super in for, and it has a actual story mode. He's talking shit about VF. Hey, leave off. It's Turbo. He's a VF player, so he's allowed to talk shit. Oh, this looks amazing. Who the fuck is this? Arjun. Are we getting 4 original characters? That's actually really cool. It's really bold.
Fascinating.
We'll see. Well, there's going to be another conference in like an hour and 15, so you will see. But I think it looks great. Yeah, I might become a VF Street Fighter player, guys. I might become a VF Street Fighter player, guys. I might become a VF Street Fighter player. Yo, let me re-download Street Fighter real quick. This channel's about to become a Street Fighter 6 and VF 5 Street Fighter channel.
Director of Square Enix.
Woo!
皆さんのおかげでストリートファイター6は3周年を迎えることができました。そして本日
Fuck, I have to get some Street Fighter. Fuck, alright. Let me dust off my fucking Kimberly combos. Let's go.
Street Fighter 6
Let's
has
go.
its 3rd anniversary. And today, we're announcing the special collaboration with Final Fantasy.
ティファはですね、世界中のプレイヤーから愛されてきたキャラクターです。だからこそ目指したのはストリートファイター6の世界で本当に戦っている。
Sorry, I'll run sets with you. Alright, cool. You gotta get me back in Street Fighter shape. Tomorrow we'll play Street Fighter.
That's exactly why
I'll download it tonight. We'll play some tomorrow. This channel's about to become a philosophy Tekken, sorry, a philosophy, VF, and Street Fighter channel.
ティファとして形にしました。マテリアもそのままでは
The rest of the characters, I think they look great, but we don't know anything. I think it's bold of them to make new characters.
From her design to movement has been rebuilt as Tifa the Street Fighter. Materia has also been reimagined as a new gameplay system.
Nice.
そして今日はまだお見せできないんですが、ファイナルファンタジーの象徴的な要素も
Street Fighter Mugen Tekken, basically.
We cannot show it today, but we adapted an iconic Final Fantasy element to the battle experience.
ティファの戦いはまだまだ終わりません。ぜひこれからの展開にも期待
Just
して
pull
く
up
ださい。
Heidegger's philosophy on stream. You're good. Heidegger. I don't know about Heidegger. Heidegger's stuff is good, but it's a little dense. It's not really my style. Give me some shit. Sarah, give me some Kierkegaard. And some Albert Camus.
Thank you to Hamaguchi-san and Nakayama-san for coming all the way from...
I'm so mad that Vega is not the game 4 years in. Man, fuck Vega. I'm respectfully.
Well, now it has come time for our final announcement.
Tekken shows Clive. Oh, we're almost done?
What's it gonna be, guys? Any guesses? No. And frankly, I don't know what I could say to set this moment up.
Grand Theft Auto 6, right?
Besides this. Get ready for the final battle.
Final battle. Oh, Kingdom Hearts. All right, cool. Say less.
A shadow fell.
All right, say less.
Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through.
Oh, Final Fantasy 7? All right, cool. All right, FF7.
A star fell.
Sephiroth. Sephiroth.
Fear called forth to bring ruin to all.
Sephiroth.
But our planet answered, awakening mighty weapons to stand against this celestial threat.
Sephiroth.
Now, hope endures in those who fight.
Long story short, the world's in trouble. It has been for a while.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
You're mine.
Oh, I love that they got what's his name? Matthew Mercer. It's Virgil.
The sky's the limit.
I love Sid.
I can do this. I'll make you proud.
Just ain't your day.
People really buy this game over and over. I mean, it's a great game.
Is that a weapon I see?
It is a great game. I took a lot of shit about it being overrated, but it's really good. I'll still take Yujiro over Tifa any day of the week, but damn, that's a low blow. Whatever, you can keep Yujiro. You can keep your sausage rest over there. You can keep that shit.
Let us put your faith to the test, Cloud.
I'm really proud of you, Tifa, you insecure hoe. Revelation. Revelation.
Never would have made it this far without
Yeah,
you
I gotta
guys.
go download Street Fighter when we're done here, actually. Work on my Kimberly combos. Maybe buy the swimsuit. You know what I'm saying?
I promise.
There you have it. And no, he's not done yet. Please join me in welcoming back to Summer Game Fest the director of Final Fantasy VII Revelation, Naoki Hamaguchi-san.
I feel like Sega really... He's back. I feel like Sega and Square... Well, actually, no. Who really won this show?
I'm back.
You got missed.
ようやくですね、このファイナルファンタジー7リベレーションをマルチプラットフォーム同時で、発表できたことを本当に嬉しく思います。
Where they don't share Aerith in this trailer. Yeah, weird, Cyber. You're right. It is weird. It is weird.
I'm
I wonder
truly
why.
delighted to unveil Final Fantasy VII Revelation.
Maybe
which
she
is
was busy.
launching simultaneously on all platforms. And we've only been able to come this far thanks to every single one of you who continue to believe in this story and waited for this moment
same.
with us.
今作のテーマは決意です。クラウドたちは最後の戦いに進むため、それぞれの決意と向き合います。
The central theme of this title is resolve. Cloud and his companions each confront their own destinies and find the resolve to march toward the final battle.
そして
Like Mass Effect 2.
自身もこのシリーズを完結させるという決意を胸にこの作品と向き合ってきました。
I too have carried a promise in my heart throughout this journey, the resolve to see the series through to its very end.
皆さんに最高の形で
And so we'd like to announce Final Fantasy IX Remake.
We're committed to delivering this experience in its ultimate form. Please stay with us and witness what lies beyond that resolve.
Today, to help guide us on our path, please show me in Welcome to the Stage, the voice of Vincent Valentine, Matt Mercer.
He too. He's nervous as fuck, and he's doing it in not his first language. And I respect him so much. This is so hard, bro. Matthew Mercer,
Thank
awesome.
you very much, Hamaguchi-san. It's truly a privilege to be here with you today, if you know me.
There's honestly so much to see.
Yeah, he actually is such a huge fan of Final Fantasy.
We just kind of need to dive right in. What do you say?
Let's do it. Take it away, Matt.
I don't mind if I do. As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above, a constant reminder of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront as you embark upon your journey and face the epic conclusion of the remake series. Aboard the Highwind, your very own airship and the pride of the Shinra
When they told him, he
fleet,
he
you'll
cried,
take to
yeah.
the skies and witness our most expansive open world yet. From the outskirts of Midgard, to the sun-drenched Mideel Archipelago, to the warrior nation of Wutai. Simply pick
They
a
tricked him
direction,
too. They had him auditioning for like a little child's part, and they were like, we actually want you to try a different part. Like, what part is that? Vincent. He was like, what?
No way, no how. Don't worry. These parachutes are top of the line. Pull the cord and pop. You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
At any moment in the open world, simply pilot the Highwind to your destination and take a leap of faith. With the wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky above to the ground below. Where will the winds guide you first? That freedom is in your hands.
These character designs are so iconic.
To defeat your enemy, you'll need a fighting chance. And that starts with your trusted allies. At long last, with the world teetering on a blade's edge, everyone assembles at Cloud's side, forming an epic ensemble of heroes. Each with their own story that brings you closer together than ever. But a good unit needs more than friendship to save the day. It needs a disciplined combat regimen. The hybrid battle system, established in Remake and refined in Rebirth, is perfected in Revelation, putting even more power in your hands. In fluid, real-time action, seamlessly switch between party members to even the odds. Then, when the fight calls for strategy, enter tactical mode to unleash a suite of powerful new spells and abilities. Activate devastating synergies with your companions. And of course, call on mighty summoned entities that can turn the tide of battle.
Ifrit!
Summoning Ifrit never gets old. There are truly some chill-inducing fights ahead in Revelation. I'm so excited to see all of your reactions. It's gonna be amazing.
I'm guessing you have a favorite character to play in battles?
I might be a little biased, but since you brought it up, let's have a look at our newest coffin-dwelling companion, Vincent Valentine.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put Sephiroth in peace.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger, capable of delivering precise, high-yield shots. But there's more to this secretive former Turk than meets the eye. The result of experimentation at the hands of Shinra, Vincent can transform into the Galleon beast at the press of a button, gaining tremendous power while transformed. And when combined with the skills of a certain ace pilot,
Not gonna lie, me as a young Jit, don't give a fuck. How about Final Fantasy 7? Yeah, you weren't there. You weren't there.
Dragoon, the one and only Sid Highwind.
You had to be there, maybe.
Highwind, the cantankerous pilot extraordinaire, joins the party and their mission to defeat Sephiroth. Sid's command of his lance allows him to rapidly close the
I love
distance
Sid, though.
with powerful strikes, or engage in sweeping area of effect attacks to bring a whole host of enemies to heel. But to fully control the battlefield, skill with a weapon only gets you so far. To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for size. Function
They're just
Integrated
terrible?
Tactical
Uh-huh.
Suitwear, or the FIT system for short, allows you to further customize your playstyle with new
Check the
uniforms
fit!
imbued with unique movesets.
Black Mage
Alongside
fit?
your
Oh,
equipment
Final
and
Fantasy 10
materia,
too?
Fits gives you an
That's what we're doing? Sphere grids? We're doing dress spheres?
You need all
Oh
the
shit!
strength you can muster.
We're doing dress spheres?
Sensing
It looks
its
like
fate
mechanic
hanging in the
slot?
balance,
Get outta here,
the
bro.
planet itself has unleashed its last line of defense.
We're doing dress screen and dress grids?
Ancient beasts that are larger than life and capable of untold destruction. Will you be enough to stop them before it's too late? As the world is torn apart You and your friends must unite. In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion.
Turn Tifa into a black mage? Let's go.
Saga. And your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword. Equip your
Turn Cloud into a
materia,
monk?
and stand together. One last time.
These skies belong to me! Hope you're ready!
Damn, police brutality? Damn, Square paid big money, huh? Square paid big money.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Hamaguchi-san, for bringing us this extended look at Final Fantasy VII Revelation. I think I speak for all of us when I say we cannot wait to play it.
But Mark,
Uh-oh.
I think we ended the video too early. I hate to leave a story unfinished.
Is that right? Well then, we better take a look.
Get the cannon back online! Now!
Yeah, if you weren't there, it's so weird seeing these moments like in this level of graphical fidelity. It's jarring, man. It's jarring. No, but Fiddle, you don't understand. Final Fantasy VII has always just been like, I mean, Final Fantasy games have always just been menus. They're just menus the game. So it kind of tracks. Yeah, seeing this with this, it's weird, bro.
At last, the promise is fulfilled.
I will say, theming of Final Fantasy Remake is different. That's what I hear. I've not played it. Bro, we got Clive. I'm actually tilted, bro. We got Clive. We got Clive, bro. We got Sephiroth.
To all platforms next
We got Clive, bro.
appropriate for today because SGF is really a celebration of games across all platforms.
We actually got Clive, bro. They gave us Clive.
For that very special announcement. And thanks to
They actually gave us
for a
Clive.
Great job coaching. Didn't you do great?
She did do great.
Thanks, Jeff. What an amazing way to end the show, but that's not all, because coming up right now is Day of the Devs with a look at many new independent game titles,
Yeah, we're done here.
including multiple new game announcements.
That's right. Tons of awesome indie games, so make sure to stay tuned and watch that.
Oh, thank you.
We'll see you live this August in Germany for Gamescom Opening Night Live, streaming live
Taking
on
paid
Tuesday,
for Clive.
August 25th.
Crazy.
Until then, have a great summer, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, let's watch another awesome trailer. Let's watch the trailer. Let's watch this VF trailer again. Let's watch. Let's dig in.
Y no te creas, dice Henry Stone, Roberto Duran, son más dura que la brea. Primera ronda te noqueo como Herrera. Primera ronda te noqueo como Herrera. Este soldado está preparado para la guerra. Este soldado está preparado para la guerra. Este soldado está preparado para la guerra.
Are we talking about your ex?
Hey,
I've got an idea for you.
Hey, it's Yellow. Bet you're hungry after this morning,
Fucking lost a lot of potential customers to SF. Yeah, but like, you know, the Yujiro crowd is gonna be there.
Really taking this whole job thing seriously, huh, Divina?
I know.
They really weren't kidding about this being a fighting town.
We're all fuck-ups. Otherwise, we wouldn't be living in Villa Sapara. Kill them all!
Hey,
Well, Tekken Street Fighter fans are mad as fuck. There again. Yeah. Fucking go. Let's fucking go! This is gorgeous.
Blow over, Cielo! You fucked with the Chinese mafia!
One more move and I'll cut her fucking head off!
All right, just take it easy.
That's Cope Echo Crimson. Tifa would have fit just fine in Tekken.
You're...
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in Kung Fu.
Kung Fu!
Rise over the cries, city of blood, sweat, and survivors.
My girl is obsessed with this trailer. It's a good trailer. It's really good. Like, not just for Virtua Fighter, just as a game.
Once you're inside, there's no surrender. That's Pai Chan!
Who's Pai Chan?
What?
Lol. That's the old heads to the young heads. Oh, man. All right. Alrighty. Okay. That shit's dope. So what do I have to do now? I have to fucking download Street Fighter 6. Maybe uninstall Tekken if I have to make room. and yeah. Holy shit. And in 1 hour we have a Virtua Fighter thing. I'm gonna disappear for an hour. I'll jump back on in a bit. Let me go disappear for a bit and then I'll come back. They literally showed old fat VF boomer fangirling over her Chan. Why that gotta do me like that? I mean, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. If that's who you see yourself as, that's you. I can't wait. I'll be back in a bit. I'll be back in like 45 minutes or so. So yeah, I'm gonna end this stream. Catch you in a bit. Peace. Should we go raid someone? We'll raid someone, but just be sure to come back. Who should I go raid?